The night sky was a vast expanse of charcoal gray, an unbroken canvas upon which intermittent streaks of lightning painted fleeting portraits of ominous clouds. A relentless downpour drummed a steady rhythm on the tin roofs of the small cluster of farmhouses that lay at the edge of Greystone Valley. In the distance, thunder growled like a wounded beast, echoing across wet fields and swollen creeks. Every gust of wind carried the damp, earthy scent of sodden soil, mingling with the pungent fragrance of rain-soaked pine needles. It was a night that seemed almost alive, as though the storm itself were a sentient presence, watching and breathing over the valley. At the heart of this tumult stood a modest timber house with crooked shutters and moss-covered eaves. A single lantern glowed faintly from inside, casting a trembling halo of yellow light upon the muddy path that wound its way through the vegetable garden. Inside, Samuel Fletcher sat at a narrow wooden table, rubbing his tired eyes as he stared at nothing in particular. His wife, Margaret, sat opposite him, clutching a steaming mug of chamomile tea, her knuckles white from gripping the mug so tightly. Both were too exhausted to sleep, yet neither dared close their eyes fully, for fear of the same haunting lullaby that had robbed them of rest for the past 3 nights. From somewhere in the darkness just beyond the window panes, perhaps rose a voice so mournful that it tore at the edges of the soul. Lilting and sorrowful, it sang verses that seemed to speak of deprivation and longing. Last night the sparrow had but 2 grains of rice. To feed her young, she sacrificed a single copper coin to spark the flame. Yet winter's chill remains the same. The melody drifted across the yard, weaving through the rafters of the old house like a spectral thread. Margaret shivered despite the warmth of her tea. "Sam," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I heard it again, didn't you?" Samuel nodded, his jaw clenched. "Yes," he replied in a low voice. "It's that same chant, that sad, endless refrain. I thought perhaps tonight we might be spared, but here it is again." Margaret's eyes filled with tears, her shoulders sagging as she exhaled. "It's been 3 nights now. I barely slept a wink. How long can we endure this?" The lantern's light flickered, and a low roll of thunder rattled the panes. Margaret rose as if compelled, walking to the small window that overlooked the yard. Through the curtain, she could see the silhouette of an old oak tree, its branches thrashing in the wind. A solitary figure stood beneath those branches, drenched from head to toe. Even from inside, they could see the stranger's long, dripping hair clinging to a gaunt face. But it was the lullaby that was unmistakable, the somber cadence, as though the singer were mourning the memory of someone lost long ago. Margaret stepped back from the window. "Samuel, I cannot bear it any longer," she said, her voice thick with sorrow. I think we should seek help from the town elders or perhaps Father Emery at St. Mary's. He might know what to do." Samuel sighed heavily, placing a rough hand on his wife's arm. "I've been to Father Emery 3 times these past months, and though he's kind, he simply looks at me with pity. He says it's beyond his ken. The local constable suggested I speak to old Merrick, the woodsman who lives in the eastern hills. He's said to have knowledge of folk rituals and ancient customs. Maybe he can. Before Samuel could finish, the mournful lullaby swelled in volume, as though drawn closer by some unseen force. Margaret pressed both hands to her ears, leaning back against the wall as if to brace herself. The voice, disembodied and hollow, sang. A bowl of hemp stalks and a bit of old rye, to keep the cold winds from creeping inside. A candle of tallow to chase the shade. Yet the night remains unafraid. Margaret gasped, tears spilling down her cheeks. It's as if she is right outside, she stammered. It's that young woman. Lily, Samuel said quietly, almost to himself. Margaret gave a start, looking at her husband with wide eyes. You mean Lily Oakwood? Margaret's breath caught. But, she moved away last spring after what happened at the Harvest Festival. They said her husband and their newborn son drowned in the flood that year. Samuel nodded. Yes. Since then, she's been different. I heard rumors she walked into the night, chanting those verses as the river rose. Some say she lost her mind entirely. Margaret pressed her palm against her mouth. Now she's returned singing her lament beneath our roof. But why Greystone Valley? She was from Silvermere before. Did she ever have a reason to come here? Samuel shook his head. According to what I've heard, she has no living kin anywhere. Perhaps she prowls the countryside, seeking something, or someone. Another crack of thunder shook the house, and the lantern's flame danced wildly. Straightening his back, Samuel said, I cannot stand by and let her keep my wife awake until she loses her mind. I'll go find old Merrick at dawn. Perhaps he knows how to set her spirit to rest. Margaret wiped her tears and nodded. Be careful, Samuel. Please. She's unpredictable. And in this storm, I fear for her and for you. Samuel gave a wry smile, though his eyes were grave. I'll be cautious. But tonight, we must endure. Put the lantern closer to the window, perhaps the flicker will chase her away for a while. Margaret did as he instructed, placing the lantern upon the window sill. Its halo of light seemed to push into the gloom beyond, as though guarding the threshold. But still, the lullaby continued, drifting in soft laments between the raindrops, never ceasing. Just a bowl of reedy straw and a scrap of bread, to warm these bones when dreams are dead. A handful of earth to lay her low. Yet she wanders in sorrow's endless woe. Margaret shuddered, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Samuel took her hand gently. Sleep now, he murmured. I'll keep watch by the window. Margaret lay on the small daybed pushed against the far wall, her trembling form nestled under a thick quilt. She stared at the ceiling as the raindrops marched across the roof boards, tapping out a relentless rhythm. She tried to imagine herself somewhere else, perhaps in summer fields of golden wheat with the sun on her back, but each time, the lullaby cut through her thoughts, summoning her back to the storm. Ravaged night. Samuel rose and went to the window, parting the curtain just enough to peer out. In the flickering glow of the lantern's reflection, he could see the figure of Lily standing still as a statue amongst the mud-slicked plants near the edge of the yard. Her head tilted upward, as if listening to some silent melody that no one else could hear. The wind tangled her long hair around her thin form, and her pale face glistened with rain. Summoning his courage, Samuel stepped closer, his voice rasping through parched lips. "Lily, please, come inside." Lily's head snapped toward him. Her eyes, rimmed with dark rings, held a hollow intensity. She cocked her head, as though confused to find a living man at his window rather than an empty field. Then, in a voice that was at once fragile and chillingly distant, she began again. "Down by the willow where sorrow grows, I left my heart where the cold wind blows. A lullaby of tears upon the stream, where grief and memory weave their dream." Samuel swallowed past a lump in his throat. "Lily, you shouldn't be out here. It's past midnight. The storm is dangerous, please, come inside and rest." She took a step toward the lit window, and for an instant, Samuel saw something like recognition, an echo of the woman she had once been, flicker across her expression. But almost as quickly, the hollow gaze returned. She whispered, "They will not let me rest. Not until the debt is paid. Not until the lullaby is ended." Her words made Samuel's skin crawl. He closed the window, sealing out both her voice and the weight of her sorrow. As the latch clicked, Margaret stirred in her bed, peering at him through half-closed eyes. "Did she come closer?" she asked in a hoarse whisper. Samuel moved to her side, helping her sit up. "Yes," he answered softly, as if she were trapped in that song. I think she believes the valley holds the key to freeing her from that debt." Margaret shivered, drawing her quilt up to her chin. "I worry for her soul," she said. "Yet I worry for ours as well. How much longer can this go on?" Samuel laid a protective arm around her. "As long as it takes," he said, his voice steady. "Tomorrow at first light, I'll ride to the eastern hills. Old Merrick may have an answer. Tonight, we endure the lullaby." Outside, the rain's hammering softened to a gentle patter, as though the storm momentarily paused, waiting. The lantern's glow remained steadfast in the window, a lone beacon against encroaching blackness. But in the distance, beyond that luminous circle, a faint voice rose again. A single grain of mustard and a candle's glow. To light the path where spirits go. But midnight's veil is dark and deep, and memories pressed within me keep. Margaret's eyes fluttered, heavy with exhaustion. She rested her head against Samuel's shoulder. "Wake me when the lullaby stops," she murmured, fighting against sleep. "I'll be here," he promised, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. As Margaret's breathing evened into slumber, Samuel returned to the window seat. He watched the rain, watched the shadows dance in the flickering lantern light. He knew he would not sleep, how could he, while Lily's sorrowful chant echoed through the darkness. He held Margaret's hand firmly in his own, drawing strength from her presence. Beyond the lantern's glow, Lily remained cloaked in wet twilight, singing her endless lament. Though Samuel could not make out every word, he recognized the refrain, the debt of grief she carried, the inescapable pull of her own memories, and the sense that only by confronting that pain could her restless spirit finally find peace. But how to reach a soul so deeply trapped in sorrow? As the final clock of the old town chimed midnight, Samuel whispered into the quiet, "May the morning bring answers. May dawn break this mournful song." And with that hope tucked into his chest like a fragile ember, he settled into his vigil. Outside, the wind sighed through the trees. Somewhere in the darkness, Lily inhaled deeply, her next verse already forming on her parched lips. And so the lullaby of the rain continued, threading sorrow through the night, binding together the fates of the Fletcher family and the wandering spirit who could not find rest. Samuel rose before dawn, the lantern's light still flickering when he gently extricated himself from the daybed where Margaret slept fitfully. He dressed in his worn traveling cloak, patting the pockets of his satchel to confirm he had bread, cheese, and a small bottle of water. Beyond the window, the rain had tapered to a steady drizzle, though the clouds remained heavy, as if reluctant to release the haunting night's sorrowful lullaby. He paused at the door frame, gazing at Margaret's sleeping form. She lay clutching the quilt, face pale but peaceful in a way he had not seen since the chants began. Softly, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I'll return soon, my love. I promise." His voice was hushed but firm. He could not shake the worry that this journey might change everything. He moved quietly to the corner where their son, little Thomas, lay curled under a threadbare blanket. Thomas's face was still unmarked by the trauma that had befallen Lily, but the boy's dark eyes were heavy with sleeplessness, as though he, too, felt the pull of that mournful song. Samuel placed a hand on Thomas's shoulder. The child stirred but did not wake. Crouching, Samuel whispered, "Stay with Mum and keep the lantern close. I'll be back with help." Before stepping outside, Samuel took a moment to trim the lantern's wick, making sure its flame burned bright. He retrieved his saddlebag from the stable, a small, sturdy rucksack carrying provisions and a worn leather-bound journal. The horse, a gray mare named Bramble, whinnied softly as he led her out into the muddy yard. He tightened the blankets and secured the satchel on her back, then mounted with a determined grace. As dawn broke, pale light filtered through the mist-shrouded pines that bordered Greystone Valley. The road to the eastern hills wound through thorny thickets and past mossy stone markers, remnants of old graves from long-forgotten settlers. An uneasy hush lay over the landscape, birds were silent, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Samuel guided Bramble onto the narrow path, her hooves sinking slightly into the saturated earth. At the edge of the valley, where the farmland gave way to wild underbrush, he stopped for a moment to lift the collar of his cloak and scan the gloom. A distant echo of a child's laughter drifted on the breeze, so out of place that Samuel flinched. He urged Bramble forward, pushing through the low-hanging branches. The narrow road curved up an incline, and as he ascended, the ruins of an old stone chapel came into view. Its stained glass windows had long since shattered, vines crept through the empty frames like silent sentinels. The chapel's crumbling facade bore the stain of countless storms, but perched atop the skeleton of its pews was old Marek's cottage, a simple log structure with smoke curling from a low stone chimney. Samuel dismounted and tied Bramble to a sturdy oak near the chapel's door. A raven cawed from the rotting steeple above, and a chill ran down his spine. He wiped rain droplets from his brow and knocked firmly on the cottage's wooden door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a stooped man with silver-streaked hair and eyes like chipped flint. Old Marek's face was etched with lines of both sorrow and wisdom, and he wore a leather tunic that had seen better days. "Marek," Samuel greeted, voice cautious but respectful. "I apologize for the hour, but I need your counsel." "It is urgent." The woodsman's eyes flicked toward the chapel's shadowy interior before settling back on Samuel. "Walk with me," he said, stepping aside. Inside, the cottage was dimly lit by a single hearth fire that cast flickering shadows on rough-hewn walls covered in herbs hung to dry. A sturdy wooden table rested against one wall, strewn with small bones, jars of preserves, and carved runes painted in white chalk on dark wood panels. Samuel seated himself on a rough bench. "You know of Lily LaRue, who sings that mournful lullaby every night at the Fletcher farm?" Marek nodded, taking a long drag from a clay pipe before exhaling a plume of smoke that swirled into the rafters. "A troubled spirit," he muttered. "She is caught between worlds, trapped by her grief and anger." "You've seen her, yes." Samuel swallowed hard, recalling the soaked figure in the night. "She appears at our window. Her voice, it chills the marrow. My wife and our son cannot sleep. We are at the brink of despair." Marek's expression softened. "I know what you face, Samuel. These woods hold many secrets, and Lily's sorrow is a powerful curse. But if she truly is the spirit of one who died without proper rites, then she might be bound to roam until her debt is paid or a ritual releases her." Samuel leaned forward. "I have two sons myself, Thomas and Robert. But Lily's spirit has no kin here. She lost her husband, Isaac, and her newborn to the flood last spring. The villagers in Silvermere performed a hastily blessed funeral, but the records were lost. I fear she was buried without proper rites." He clenched his fists. "She sings of rice, of the cold winds, of earth to lay her low, but without those rites, her soul cannot rest." Marek tapped ashen, his pipe, against a wooden bowl, grinding the ember before speaking. "There is a ceremony of the deep waters, an old rite taught to me by my own grandmother. It calls upon the spirits of earth and water to guide a lost soul. But the ritual demands 3 offerings, a bowl of ash from the harvest fire, a strand of black sheep's wool, and a vial of pure river water collected under a full moon." Samuel frowned. A bowl of harvest ash. I imagine we can burn new straw, but the black wool and the river water collected under a full moon, those will take time. By then, Lily's sorrow will grow even stronger. Merrick nodded gravely. True. But there is another way. If someone who loved Lily still lives, they could call her by name under the oak tree where she first sang. That bond of love and memory weakens the chains that bind her spirit. Since you found her at your farm, perhaps your presence already resonates with her grief. If you speak her true name with compassion, you might grant her a moment of clarity. Samuel's eyes widened. Her true name is Lily LaRue. She sang her vows beside the old willow, before Isaac drowned. But I fear she sees me as a stranger, not a friend. He exhaled. Is there a chance she might attack instead of listening? Merrick rose and moved to a small shelf, retrieving a carved wooden talisman shaped like a circle of intertwined vines. Take this, he said, pressing it into Samuel's hand. It is a ward against restless spirits. Wear it around your neck when you approach her. Speak her name gently, offer her compassion, and hope she hears the kindness behind your words. Samuel accepted the talisman, running his fingers over the rough carvings. I will do it, he vowed. But first, I must return home. Margaret must not face Lily's lullaby again tonight. Ride quickly, Merrick advised, striding toward the doorway. May the winds guide you, and the forest keep you safe. He ushered Samuel outside, where the gray light of dawn mingled with the dissipating mist. Samuel seated himself on Bramble, settled the satchel, and tightened his cloak. Thank you, Merrick, he called before urging Bramble forward. They trotted down the chapel slope, leaving the still smoking chimney behind. The chestnut horse's hooves came down in quiet thuds, her gait steady even on the slick ground. As they descended back into Greystone Valley, Samuel's mind replayed Marek's words. He imagined Lily's haunted eyes, that mournful face beneath the rain. He had little time to prepare the offerings, especially the river water under a full moon, but perhaps uttering Lily LaRue's name with understanding might be enough to break the cycle tonight. Just beyond the farmhouse ridge, Bramble hesitated, nostrils flaring. Samuel leaned down to soothe her. Easy, girl. We're almost home. But as he patted her neck, a sudden chill coursed through the air, and the familiar lullaby drifted on the wind. Even in the morning haze, the voice carried its sorrow. Lay me in earth where the river weeps. Give me the cold in forgotten keeps. And let my tears flow upon the ground. Until mercy's light at last is found. Samuel's heart clenched, and Bramble whinnied softly. He urged her forward, and they descended the last slope. Beneath the overcast sky, the Fletcher farmhouse rose into view, its crooked chimney releasing thin wisps of smoke. A glance to the yard revealed Margaret standing at the lean-to porch, her hand resting lightly on the door frame, as though bracing against unseen winds. Samuel dismounted, brushing mud from his boots. He approached, and Margaret's relief was evident. Her pale face brightened. In the corner of her eye, however, was that distant, haunted look, the fear she could not yet shake. "What did Merrick say?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thomas peeked from behind her skirts, clutching a small blanket, while Robert, still groggy from sleep, rubbed his eyes on his sleeve. Samuel placed a gentle hand on Margaret's shoulder. "He knows of an old ritual to guide resting souls. But he also said something else. If someone who cares for Lily speaks her name under a willow or the oak where she first sang, her spirit may hear them." He paused, steeling himself. "Tonight, I'll go to the willow by the river. I'll carry this talisman, and if I'm brave I'll use my own compassion to reach her. Tonight, I hope to give her peace." Margaret blinked back tears. "You would do that?" she asked. "After what she's done, after stealing our rest for so many nights? You'd speak her name?" Samuel bent to embrace their children. "Lily's pain is so profound that it echoes through the land. If I can end her sorrow, perhaps the whole valley will find serenity again." He looked up at Margaret. "But after tonight, I fear the ritual may demand more than words." Merrick spoke of harvest ash and black wool and moonlit river water. "We must gather what we can." Margaret nodded, resolve forming in her expression. "I will collect straw this afternoon. Our neighbor's barn burned last autumn, we can gather the ash left in his hearth. As for the wool, old Ms. Cedric's flock of black sheep still grazes near the hilltop. I will go to her cottage and ask for a single strand. And if the moon is full in 2 nights, we'll be ready for the river water." Samuel's gratitude was fierce. "God bless you, Margaret. We'll share the burden. For Lily's sake and for our children's rest." Margaret managed a faint smile. "We'll face it together." She knelt to help Robert untangle himself from the blankets. "Now, you two must remain inside. No wandering out, okay? The valley is not safe these days." Thomas and Robert nodded solemnly, wide-eyed. Samuel ruffled their thick hair. "Stay close, my sons. Brother's going on a quest tonight. You must be near Mum and the lantern." As midday approached, the clouds drifted into jagged bands, revealing broken glimpses of pale blue. Samuel helped Margaret gather a small bundle of straw from the neighbor's ruins. She then set out for Ms. Cedric's hilltop cottage. While Margaret was gone, Samuel repaired his cloak, polished the talisman, and sharpened his resolve for the night's journey. Late afternoon brought an uneasy calm. Birds began to sing hesitantly, though their songs were fragmented, as if uncertain about the coming dusk. Samuel watched the shifting shadows from the window. At the edge of the orchard, the willow stood sentinel over the swollen river, its branches knotted in sorrowful arcs. He thought of Lily, standing beneath those limbs in the dead of night, pouring her grief into every note. When the sun dipped low, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep indigos, Samuel mounted Bramble again. He carried the talisman around his neck, a small satchel slung across his shoulder. In his satchel lay a bowl of fresh straw ash, a coiled length of black wool, and a lantern filled with oil. He rode slowly toward the riverbank, where the willow's skeletal branches cast quivering silhouettes in the fading light. At the river's edge, the water churned over mossy stones, swollen from recent rains. The willow's trailing boughs hovered just above the surface, as though trying to touch the river's mournful depths. Thomas and Robert, summoned by Margaret, stood a short distance away on the porch of the farmhouse, watching their father's approach with trepidation. Margaret followed closely, having gathered the black wool from Ms. Cedric. Between them, a silent prayer wove through the gathering dusk. Samuel dismounted and led Bramble away, tethering her to a stout willow root. He held up the talisman, letting the dying light catch its carved vines. With a trembling voice, he spoke words learned from old Merrick, "Lily LaRue, I call you by name." His voice echoed against the river's roar. For a moment, nothing stirred but the wind. Then, from under the willow's draping limbs, Lily appeared pale as moonlight. If she saw the moon, her dank hair plastered to her shoulders, eyes hollow but flickering with recognition. Samuel took a slow step toward her, his hand outstretched. "Lily," he said, his voice softer than a prayer. "I know your heart is heavy with sorrow for Isaac and your child. I know you feel abandoned and lost. I care for you, Lily. Please hear me." Lily's breath caught, and the mournful lullaby rose in protest. "You are a stranger," she whispered, voice quivering like the last leaf of autumn. "My soul is bound to this grief. If I give it voice, I drown father, I drown mother, I drown Hilmar, the last of my people." She halted, gaze fixed on Samuel's talisman. Samuel clutched the talisman, drawing courage from its weight. "You need not drown alone," he said gently. "If we perform the ceremony of the deep waters, you may find rest. Let me gather what you need: ash, wool, water. Let me help you find peace." Tears welled in Lily's eyes, as though awakening from a long nightmare. She trembled, her fingertips brushing Samuel's extended hand. The wind stilled, and a single silver leaf drifted down, landing on the bowl of ash Samuel carried. Lily knelt, her bare knees pressing into muddy ground as the wind rifled through the willow's branches. She took the bowl from his hands and stared at the ashen straw with wide eyes, as though seeing a fragment of herself laid bare. Margaret approached, carrying a bundle of black wool and the small vial of clear river water that had been collected earlier that evening long before the moon's rise. She placed them before Lily, who looked at each offering as though they were shards of memory. The river's murmur seemed to soften, as if giving space for something new. Samuel and Margaret exchanged a look of hope mingled with fear. Samuel knelt beside Lily, lifting her chin with gentle fingers. "Lily LaRue," he said, his voice steady, "accept these offerings, and allow your spirit to rest. Let this ash be your hearth, your wool be your comfort, and let the river's water wash your sorrow away." Lily's teeth chattered as she nodded, but her lips were silent for a long moment. Then, with great effort, she placed the black wool in her lap, allowed the bowl of ash to rest beside her, and uncorked the vial. She dug her fingers into her own damp hair, pulling out a single strand, and dropped it into the water. Holding her breath, she cupped the mixture with trembling hands, then let it slip through her fingers back into the river's edge. A sudden gust of wind swept through the willow's branches, releasing a shower of leaves that brushed Samuel's shoulders. Lily's eyes closed. The breeze seemed to carry her lullaby upward, where it was swallowed by the night. She took a ragged breath once, twice, and then the world tilted. Samuel reached to catch her, but Lily slipped from his grasp like mist, rising over the river's surface. Her form wavered, flickering like an echo of a dream. Scenes of her past flashed behind Samuel's eyes, Lily cradling Isaac's torn body near the riverbank, her sobs echoing in the thunder, her child's tiny face in the arms of a grieving midwife, Lily's. Footprints leading away from the burning cottage in Silvermere, a single rose petal clutched in her hand, her voice rising in that first, mournful lullaby that carried through half a dozen villages. All that sorrow, all that loss, streaming like a river in the night. Lily! Samuel cried, reaching up as her transparent figure drifted toward the willow's highest branch, then wavered, suspended. She opened her eyes, tears glistening like dew on spiderweb, then, without a word, smiled one final time. It was a smile of release. "Thank you," she whispered on the wind. And then her form dissolved into a swirl of pale light, drifting into the river's waters and vanishing beneath the surface. The river's current pulsed for a heartbeat, as though acknowledging her passing, and then settled into a gentle flow. The willow's branches loosened, their leaves settling softly around Samuel's feet. He knelt there, gazing at the spot where Lily had disappeared. The lantern's flame flickered, the wind dropped, the willow's reflection in the river was calm. Margaret approached, cradling Thomas and Robert. The boys, bleary-eyed, peered at their father, unsure. "Daddy?" Thomas asked. "Is she gone?" Samuel nodded, swallowing a lump. He wrapped his arms around Margaret and the children, standing slowly. "We must return home," he said, voice hoarse with emotion. "Lily has found peace. Her song no longer calls." He glanced back at the river, now dark and silent beneath the willow's boughs. "But we must remember her sorrow and live our days more kindly for her memory." Margaret rubbed Thomas's hair. "Let us pray she finds rest in the next world." As they turned away from the willow, the first stars appeared above Greystone Valley, each one faint and trembling. An owl called from the hillside, and somewhere in the distance, a raven took flight. The road back to the farmhouse was muddy but straightforward, lined with faint lantern lights that guided them home. The hush that enveloped them was not oppressive, instead, it felt gentle like a final lullaby for a soul at peace. When they reached the Fletcher homestead, Samuel opened a door and ushered Margaret and the boys inside. The lantern on the windowsill shone brightly as though celebrating a victory. Inside, the shadows were still and quiet. Thomas climbed into his mother's lap, pressing his cheek against her. Robert nestled at Samuel's side, wide-eyed as though sensing something wondrous had occurred. Margaret gathered fresh water and warmed porridge. "She is gone," she whispered, placing a tender kiss on Lily's portrait that hung by the hearth, a small painting Samuel had discovered among Lily's meager possessions. It depicted a woman in simple blue dress, standing by a willow tree beside a river. Her eyes were bright with hope, not sorrow. Samuel dipped his fingers in the porridge and fed a spoonful to Thomas, then to Robert. He watched the steam rise into the lantern's glow, carrying the comforting aroma of oats and cinnamon. "We have tonight to rest," he said, voice thick with relief. "No more lullaby." Margaret nodded, tears shining in her eyes. "Tomorrow, I will bake bread to thank Merrick and Ms. Cedric. We will honor Lily's memory with kindness." Samuel finished feeding the children and sat heavily by the hearth. "We must remain vigilant," he said. "Though Lily's spirit rests, this valley has other secrets. We have done well tonight, but the world still holds its shadows." Margaret placed her hand on his. "Together, we are stronger. Tonight, let us sleep." She smiled through her tears. "Let Lily's lullaby become a gentle memory, one that reminds us to cherish each dawn." Outside, the rain finally ceased. A lone cricket chirped somewhere beyond the garden. The lantern's light softened, and the wind rustled through the chimney, whispering through the rafters as though carrying Lily's final, grateful sigh. In the stillness, the Fletchers closed their eyes and drifted into a deep, untroubled sleep, dreams woven from hope, compassion, and the promise of new beginnings. The first light of dawn crept over Greystone Valley in timid tendrils, painting the sky in soft pastels as if apologizing for the storm it had witnessed. Birds hesitant, cautious, tentatively began their morning hymns, as though reluctant to break the silence that had fallen over the Fletcher homestead. Within the small kitchen, Margaret Fletcher moved with gentle care, stirring a pot of porridge on the hearth fire. The smell of oats, cinnamon, and fresh herbs drifted through the room like a benediction. Thomas and Robert sat at the rough-hewn table in their night clothes, eyes still heavy with sleep. They stirred but did not speak. The events of the previous night lingered in their thoughts like half-remembered dreams. Samuel Fletcher emerged from the adjacent bedroom doorway, brushing stray droplets of rain from his cloak and holding the wooden talisman that old Merrick had given him. He set it carefully on a shelf above the hearth, its carved vines catching the morning light. He met Margaret's eyes. Hers were a mixture of relief and exhaustion. He offered her a soft smile, though his own heart was still burdened with the echoes of Lily's final farewell. Margaret poured steaming porridge into 2 wooden bowls. "The valley seems quieter this morning," she said, offering 1 bowl to Samuel. "No wind chimes of sorrow, just birdsong." Samuel accepted the bowl, nodding. "Last night, I felt as though something heavy lifted from the clammy air. Lily's lullaby no longer lingers in our ears." As he sat, he maneuvered about gently, careful not to disturb the lingering ache in his legs from his nocturnal journey to the willow. The familiar crackle of the fire brought a warmth that felt almost sacred. He scooped a spoonful of porridge and handed the bowl to Thomas, who ate slowly, his blue eyes watching his father with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. "Daddy," Thomas asked, voice wavering, "did Lily go to the stars?" Samuel paused, then closed his eyes for an instant. He would not lie to his sons, but he wanted them to believe in goodness over fear. "She is free now, Thomas," he said softly. "She has found rest. Perhaps she watches over us from a place beyond the sky." He smiled, though a trace of sorrow remained. "She was very sad, but now she will never have to sing that sad song again." Thomas nodded solemnly, setting down his spoon. Robert, still half asleep, took a hesitant bite of porridge and then rubbed his eyes, leaning against Margaret's side. The room was warm, safe, an island of peace after the maelstrom of the previous night. After breakfast, Margaret filled a small basket with loaves of bread and pastries she had baked at dawn. "We should deliver these to old Merrick and Ms. Cedric," she said. "They helped us. It is only right." Samuel wrapped the wooden talisman in a cloth and tucked it into his tunic. As they prepared to leave, the two boys, brimming with a sudden burst of energy, followed their parents outside. The morning air was crisp, and the dew still clung to the blades of grass. Beneath the brightening sky, the farmhouse looked adorably ordinary, its crooked chimney now releasing the soft smoke of a new day rather than the remnants of a restless night. Margaret fastened Thomas into their modest two-wheeled cart and placed the basket within it. Robert skipped alongside her, clutching a small hand-carved doll made from willow twigs, an offering of gratitude for Ms. Cedric's black wool. Samuel led Bramble out of the stable, draping a light blanket over her back. The grey mare whinnied softly, as if eager to continue her journey after a night's rest. The family set off toward the eastern hills, following the winding path that led through fields of pale green wheat and scattered clusters of oak and ash. The sun climbed higher, gilding the distant woodlands with its golden light. At the edge of Greystone Valley, they paused at the base of the steep hill where old Marek's chapel ruins stood. The crumbling stones now felt somehow sacred, as if the rain that had cleansed the valley had also washed away centuries of sorrow. Samuel dismounted and brushed Bramble's flanks. Margaret called out a greeting that echoed softly, "Good morning, Merrick." The old woodsman emerged from the cottage doorway, his posture straighter in the daylight's confidence. His beard glistened with dew, and he wore a clean linen shirt today, suggesting a rare moment of respite for him as well. "I present your share," Margaret said warmly, handing over a loaf wrapped in linen cloth. "And Thomas made this little figurine for you." She nodded to Robert, who shyly handed over the twig doll. Merrick accepted both offerings with a nod, his expression unreadable. "Thank you," he said quietly, lifting the doll to peer at it. He placed it on a rough shelf inside the doorway, beside herbs and flasks. "You have done well." Lily's spirit found peace. "The valley is quieter." He turned his attention to Samuel. "How do you feel?" Samuel wiped remains of ash and river water from his palms. exhausted, but at peace. When she smiled, her eyes like softened moonlight. It was as if the valley exhaled. He folded his arms, leaning against the rough wooden post of the cottage. Now, I wonder if there are other spirits bound to this place. Rivers seldom hold only one sorrow. Marek's eyes flickered, and he inclined his head slowly. True. Many hearts break upon these waters. But some spirits, once their sorrow is acknowledged, find their way to rest. Others linger. We must remain vigilant and heed their calls. He gave Samuel a small carved wooden token, a simple cross etched with runes. Hang this beside your talisman. In time of need, it will remind you that compassion is our greatest protection. Samuel accepted the token, slipping it into his satchel with the talisman. Your guidance lights our path, Marek. We cannot thank you enough. Marek offered a thin, rueful smile. Live well, Fletcher family. Let Lily's release be a reminder that compassion can untangle even the darkest knots of sorrow. With that, he closed the cottage door, leaving Margaret and the boys to climb back onto the cart while Samuel returned to Bramble. Their journey continued to the hilltop where Ms. Cedric's small stone cottage stood between two ancient oaks. The world here was quieter. Taller pines stretched their branches overhead, and shafts of sunlight pierced the foliage. A faint aroma of lavender and rosemary rose from rows of drying herbs hung from the eaves. Ms. Cedric, her once silvery hair now a cloud of white, came to the door with a basket of black wool already prepared. I heard word that Lily's spirit has finally found rest, she said, her voice creaked yet full of warmth. I cast a prayer to the winds last night, hoping for her peace. She handed the ball of wool to Margaret, who bowed slightly. Thank you, Margaret replied, tucking the wool into her basket beside the bread. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Thomas and Robert peered around her skirts, as if mesmerized by the tranquility that enveloped Ms. Cedric's domain. The aged woman gently ruffled their hair. Be good children, she said. And remember that every spirit has a story. When grief becomes too great, pray for it, and you will find clarity. As they descended the hill, the midday sun warmed the air. Samuel and Margaret exchanged grateful smiles, the weight of last night's terror now receding, replaced by a cautious optimism. The cart rolled smoothly back down the valley road, the boys chattering about how Lily might look in the realm of spirits, no longer bound by sorrow. They spoke of their chores, school, and the upcoming harvest festival, an annual celebration that had become more muted since Lily's lullaby first visited their nights. By late afternoon, Samuel and Margaret returned to the farmhouse. Bramble nickered in greeting as Samuel brushed her down. Margaret set aside half of the bread and pastries for their children and kept the rest to distribute to neighbors. The sun had broken through the clouds at last, bathing the valley in gentle warmth. In the garden, newly sprouting green shoots pointed skyward, promising renewal. Butterflies drifted among the wildflowers, landing on petals as though greeting a world reborn. Inside, Thomas and Robert busied themselves clearing dishes from the breakfast table. Margaret folded laundry, humming a tune that had once been familiar on quiet mornings. The atmosphere in the house felt different, less taut, more open to laughter and light. Yet Samuel remained watchful, glancing at the willow sapling he had planted by the river's edge to honor Lily. Each day, he planned to visit it, pouring water and whispers of kindness into its roots. As dusk began its gentle advance, Samuel stoked the hearth fire. He paused, holding the talisman and the rune-etched token in his palm. He closed his eyes, feeling a faint pulse in the wood carvings, as though Lily's gratitude still lingered. The wind whispered through the open window, carrying a faint rustle of willow leaves. In the distance, a lone owl called, a reminder that night was never entirely silent, even when no spirit sang. Margaret called him from the doorway. "Dinner is nearly ready," she said. "Tonight, we share this meal with the villagers. Word has spread that Lily's spirit is at rest. I've been asked to bring bread to the village square." Samuel nodded and retrieved his coat. "I will join you," he said. "And afterwards, I wish to check on the fields. The harvest festival draws near, and I want to see the wheat. Though our yield was less this year, we can still gather enough to celebrate." Down the lane, neighbors greeted them with cautious smiles and nods of gratitude. Children ran through the golden grass like dandelion seeds set free. At the village square, a modest cluster of farmhouses formed a gentle amphitheater around a small clearing. A hush settled as Samuel and Margaret approached, offering loaves of warm bread to those assembled. The villagers, fisherfolk, shepherds, woodcutters took the offerings with bowed heads, offering their thanks and sharing stories of the night Lily's song had haunted their own dreams. Mr. Haversham, the town blacksmith, rested his sooty hands on his hammer's handle, wiping sweat from his forehead. "I thought to see your face here," he said to Samuel. "I feared you would not return." Samuel bowed his head. "I faced her spirit at the willow, and with Marek's counsel, I set her free." Gasps of relief rippled through the crowd, followed by murmurs, "So the lullaby is ended good. May her memory be a blessing. Teach our children to remember kindness, so no other spirit lingers in sorrow." Margaret touched Samuel's arm, and he squeezed her hand in gratitude. The villagers lifted lanterns as dusk deepened, creating a gentle glow that shimmered like captured fireflies. There was talk of a small celebration, a communal meal, a modest dance beneath the willow grove by the river if the weather held. It would be a chance to reclaim joy that had been stolen by grief, a promise that, even in a world where spirits and sorrow can cling to the night, compassion and unity can restore daybreak. After sundown, Samuel and Margaret strolled together toward the harvest fields on the edge of town. The stalks of wheat, now golden and heavy, swayed like a restless sea in the breeze. At the horizon, the moon emerged slender and pale, casting silver light upon the rippling waves of grain. Samuel knelt to gather a handful of ears, turning them over in his palm. "We will celebrate tomorrow," he said. "We'll bake fresh bread, sing new songs, and gather beneath the willow, not in fear, but in gratitude." Margaret smiled, her eyes bright in the moonlight. Tomorrow is a new dawn for Greystone Valley. But as they rose, a hush fell. From deep within the wheat, a figure emerged tall and gaunt, wearing tattered clothing that fluttered like torn banners in the night wind. Samuel's breath caught as he recognized Ivy Harper, a young woman from the valley's northern edge, rumored to wander after her fiancé vanished on the marsh's misty shores months ago. Ivy's eyes were wide, staring not at Samuel and Margaret, but past them into something that lay just beyond the moonlit field. Samuel exchanged a worried glance with Margaret. "Ivy," he called softly. "Are you all right?" Ivy's voice was a thin whisper, more rustle than words. "He calls to me from the reeds." She pointed to the marsh beyond the wheat, a place where a narrow channel of water wound like a serpent's spine. He did not know what he ventured into, and now he cannot find his way back. "I hear his voice in the night calling." Samuel stepped forward gently, placing a hand on Ivy's shoulder. "What voice, Ivy? Who calls?" Ivy looked at him with hollow eyes. "He called to me as he sank beneath the waters." "Help me, Ivy," he whispered. And then the reeds came alive, wrapping around his legs. "I must go to him." Margaret placed a comforting arm around Ivy. "Ivy, come to our house. We will help you. The marsh is no place to wander alone at night." But Ivy shook her head, glancing over her shoulder at the sinister shadows that clung to the marsh. "He is trapped. If I do not find him before the moon sinks, he will wander as I do, lost to these waters. You must come with me." Samuel felt a familiar chill creeping up his spine. Another spirit, another soul bound by a tragic fate. Though Lily's release had brought peace to Greystone Valley, it now seemed that sorrow lurked in other corners where the reed beds whispered secrets that no one dared decipher. He looked at Margaret. He saw in her eyes the same resolve and compassion that had freed Lily. "Margaret," he said quietly, "perhaps we can help Ivy, too. But first, I must consult Merrick again. This is new, and I fear the marsh's spirits are not so easily soothed." Ivy's lips quivered as she grasped Samuel's hand. "Please, Samuel, before dawn, I must find him." She turned toward the marsh, its tall reeds swayed in the moonlight like spectral sentinels. Margaret pressed a gentle kiss to Ivy's forehead. "I'll ride ahead to Marek's cottage. You and Samuel go with Ivy. We will help you find him." Samuel nodded, steeling himself for another journey into sorrow. He led Ivy toward the swirling reeds, while Thomas and Robert stood at the edge of the wheat field, their small faces etched with worry. Margaret mounted Bramble and urged the mare toward the chapel ruins. The night's chill deepened as the three moved toward the marsh. Bramble's hooves echoed on the dirt path. Margaret's breath came in slow puffs of fog as she rushed toward the eastern hills. The sky above the chapel was a velvet tapestry of stars, but the moon was sinking, casting tumultuous shadows across each charred brick and rotting beam. She dismounted near the chapel's half-collapsed wall. Old Merrick appeared at the doorway, his silhouette stark against the fires of the hearth. "Merrick," she called, breathless. "There's another spirit in need at the northern marsh. Ivy Harper's fiancé is lost in the reeds." She hears his voice. "Please, we need your guidance again." Marek's face tightened with concern. "The marsh's spirits are older than Lily's sorrow, wild and less forgiving. But if a bond of love calls, it may still be possible to free him." He began gathering implements, a small horn to signal other spirits, a salted cord to ward off malevolent forces, and a cloth soaked in consecrated water. "We must hurry," he said. "When the moonlight fades, the veil between worlds grows thin and the lost risk being drawn into the marsh's depths forever." Margaret grabbed the horn and the cord. "We will not leave Ivy to face this alone." She wrapped the cord around her wrist and kissed Marek's graying cheek. "Thank you." From beyond the chapel ruins, they heard Samuel's voice echoing across the marsh's edge. "Ivy, wait. Wait, don't step into the reeds." Ivy's figure was outlined by the pale moonlight as she waded carefully into the whispering tall grass. Margaret and Merrick raced down the slope, calling Ivy's name. Bramble followed behind, her whinnies muffled by the distance. The reeds were waist-high here, the water beneath them was cold and dark. Ivy's silhouette moved with hesitant determination, her hand outstretched, as though feeling for something just beneath the water's surface. "I hear him," her voice quavered. "He says, Ivy, follow my voice." Samuel emerged from the edge of reeds, his clothes soaked, hair plastered to his face. "I will help you," he called to Ivy. He knelt and scooped up water in his cupped palms, listening intently. "I hear nothing now, the reeds are quiet." Panic flickered in his eyes. Ivy sank down onto a small tussock of grass, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He calls from somewhere deeper. He says, 'Do not leave me, my love.'" She pressed her ear to the reeds as though trying to catch a faint melody. Merrick beckoned with the salted cord. "Ivy, bind this around your wrist. It will guide you back if the spirits try to draw you further." He handed her the cord, which glowed with a faint, silvery radiance under the moon. Ivy wrapped it around her wrist, nodding in trembling gratitude. Margaret picked up the horn. "We will call him out. Blow this thrice, once for love, once for mercy, once for safe passage." She handed it to Ivy, demonstrating how to press her lips to the horn's mouthpiece. Ivy exhaled shakily and lifted the horn to her lips. Her cheeks hollowed as she blew a long, quavering note, mournful and pure. The sound carried across the reeds like a lamentation for two lost souls. Then she blew again, a plea for mercy, and a third time, a call for safe passage. For a moment, nothing stirred. The marsh lay silent, as if absorbing the sorrowful echoes. Then, from beneath a tangle of reeds to the north, came a faint cough, a rasping sound, as though someone underwater was struggling for air. Samuel darted toward the source, wading through knee-deep water. Margaret followed with masked anxiety, Merrick behind her, softly chanting an ancient invocation under his breath. Samuel parted the reeds, revealing a pale, trembling form half submerged in the shallow water, Malcolm Harper, Ivy's fiancé. His dark hair clung to his face, and his eyes were glazed with fear and confusion. When he saw Samuel, he tried to speak, but only a croak-like gasp emerged. Samuel reached out, supporting Malcolm's collapsed body. "I have you, hold on." He lifted Malcolm into his arms, the man's clothing sodden with muddy water, his breathing shallow. Ivy rushed forward, wading into the water up to her knees. "Malcolm! Malcolm, it's me," she sobbed, pressing her forehead against his chest. Malcolm's eyes fluttered, a flicker of recognition passing over his features. Ivy clutched him to her, tears mingling with his cold, clammy skin. "He's alive," she whispered through her own tears. "He's alive." The moon's wan glow illuminated their reunion, casting shifting shadows across the marsh. Merrick chanted quietly, sprinkling consecrated water around Ivy and Malcolm's embrace. Margaret knelt by Ivy's side, tearing strips from her cloak to fashion makeshift bedding under Malcolm's head. Samuel placed his talisman around Ivy's neck, while Malcolm clutched Ivy's wrist, the salted cord acting as a lifeline to the world of living. Minutes passed like hours until, and then, slowly but surely, Malcolm's chest rose and fell with steadier breaths. His lips parted as he whispered, "Ivy." "I tried to follow the call, but the reeds, they took me under." His voice was weak, yet alive. Ivy tightened her hold around him, pressing her face to his. "I love you, Malcolm. I love you." The reeds around them rustled gently, as if offering their blessing. Merrick lifted his head, voice soft, "He is free." The bond between your hearts called him back. "Now, return home and care for one another." The old woodsman's relief was palpable. "Let this be a lesson, true love can outshine even the darkest sorrow." As Ivy and Malcolm made their way back to the dry land, supported by Samuel and Margaret, the marsh seemed to exhale. The moonlight gleamed off the gentle ripples of water, and the tall reeds whispered a quiet farewell. Ivy carried Malcolm over the final stretch of soggy ground, his legs were too weak to bear weight. Samuel led them to Bramble, whose steady presence greeted them like a guardian angel. The journey back to the farmhouse was slow, but hope glowed in every footstep. By the time they arrived, village lamps had been lit, twinkling like constellations fallen to earth. Neighbors opened their doors, offering blankets and warm water. Margaret guided Malcolm inside, shepherding Ivy to a chair near the hearth where a fresh water basin and dry linens were waiting. Thomas and Robert peered curiously from the hallway, wide-eyed as they watched strangers gather around Ivy's chair, handing her towels to tend Malcolm's cold skin. "Father, will he be all right?" Thomas asked quietly, voice trembling. Samuel knelt before his son, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Yes, my son. Because Ivy's love was stronger than the marsh's sorrow, he is alive. We will watch over him. Thomas nodded solemnly, then dashed away to fetch warm blankets, determined to help. All evening, the farmhouse bustled with quiet activity, neighbors bringing freshly gathered herbs to staunch Malcolm's cold, warm broth to bolster his strength, and quilts to wrap around Ivy as she remained by her fiancé's side. The air was warm with shared compassion, the chill of the previous nights had faded, replaced by a comforting glow of unity. Samuel and Margaret finally slipped away to the small bedroom they shared, Thomas and Robert having been tucked into the spare bed, both too excited to immediately fall asleep. Samuel closed the door behind them. Margaret lay down on their faded quilt, and Samuel sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his tired eyes. "What a night," he said softly. Margaret nodded, tears shining on her cheeks. "Lily's spirit is at rest. Malcolm Harper is safe. But I fear there will always be more sorrow waiting in these fens and forests." Samuel took her hand gently. "Yes. But now, we have seen how love and compassion can bridge the gap between worlds. As long as we remember to care for one another, human or spirit, there is hope." He kissed her forehead, then lay down beside her, easing his throbbing limbs beneath the quilt. Margaret closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of wood smoke and fresh linen. "Tomorrow," she murmured, "we will gather at the willow. We will celebrate not with mourning songs, but with new melodies of gratitude." Samuel nodded, feeling the steady rise and fall of her breaths. "Tomorrow," he echoed, "we greet the dawn together, free from lullabies." Outside, the wind trailed through the night sky, rustling the leaves of the oak and willow trees. In the distant marsh, the reeds whispered as though sifting through memories. But tonight, their voices carried a gentler murmur like a benediction, that every spirit, be it sorrowful or destructive, could find its way home when met with love. And so Greystone Valley settled into slumber, hopeful that its shadows had finally found peace. The morning sun filtered weakly through scattered clouds, casting a soft golden glow over Greystone Valley. After the tension of the past week, Lily LaRue's restless spirit finally laid to rest, and Ivy Harper's fiancé, Malcolm, rescued from the marsh's claws, the valley yearned for a day of reprieve. The Fletcher homestead buzzed quietly with anticipation. Samuel and Margaret Fletcher rose before dawn, already bustling about the kitchen. Margaret kneaded dough for a special harvest loaf, while Samuel checked on animals in the barnyard, his breath misting in the cool air. Thomas and Robert, having learned of their father's successful rescue of Malcolm, were eager to help prepare for the harvest festival to be held near the willow by the river. By mid-morning, neighbors had begun to converge on the meadow where the ancient willow grew, its broad, sweeping branches now bronze with early autumn leaves, whispering gently in the breeze. A simple wooden stage had been set up near the riverbank, folded cloth banners in harvest hues, deep amber, burned sienna, and mossy green hung from a crossbeam. Tables laden with fresh produce, pumpkins, apples, squash and pewter bowls brimming with cider and spiced honey mead flanked the stage's perimeter. A circle of logs and hay bales formed a makeshift seating area. Not far off, A long communal wooden table bore the fruits of Margaret's baking, pies of blackberry and apple, loaves of dark rye studded with nuts, and platters of sweet cornbread. As the valley's people arrived, their faces were animated with relief and curiosity. Mrs. Thornwell, the elderly baker, praised Margaret's harvest loaf, saying it already smelled like autumn's promise. Young harvesters in patched tunics carried bundles of grain stalks to decorate the tables. The air was thick with the mingled scents of freshly baked bread, crisp apples, and grasses drying for winter. Overhead, a pair of swallows darted in and out of the willow's highest branches, their chirping a bright counterpoint to the river's gentle murmur. Margaret straightened the edge of the cloth on the communal table and offered Samuel a nod. He smiled, his chest swelling with pride. Not only had they helped Lily's spirit find rest, but they had also saved Malcolm, evidence that compassion and courage could tame even the valley's darkest sorrows. Now, it was time to celebrate. At the center of the circle stood a polished oak staff, wrapped in golden ribbon and crowned with a small wreath of dried marigold and lavender. Old Merrick stood nearby, his hands tucked into his tunic pockets, surveying the gathering with a fond, weathered gaze. To his left, Ms. Cedric, a sprightly woman whose knitting needle seemed never to rest, arranged intricately woven black wool sashes on a small table. Each sash bore a simple rune for protection, to be gifted to villagers as reminders of the valley's enduring bonds. Samuel approached Mr. Haversham, the blacksmith, who tapped a wooden staff on the ground with meaningless familiarity. "Your work on the iron horns has been most kind," Samuel said. "Their chime, I'm told, will herald today's festival." Mr. Haversham grinned, wiping soot from his cheeks. "Just a bit of iron magic, friend Fletcher, an old tradition. We ring in the season with metal and wood. It's said to ward off any lingering restless spirits." From the far edge of the circle, a hush fell as a matronly figure stepped onto the wooden stage. Margaret recognized her as Elder Caroline, a respected woman who tended the small apothecary in Silvermere. Her gray-streaked hair was tied back, and she wore a simple brown dress, a shawl of honey-colored wool draped over her shoulders. She raised her arms, calling for silence. "Good people of Greystone Valley," she began, her voice rich and warm, "we gather this day to honor the harvest and to give thanks for the blessings we have received, both those we sought and those we never imagined. This year, we have endured sorrow, the loss of Lily LaRue's beloved, the mysterious calls from the reeds, and the chilling lullaby that echoed through our nights. But out of that sorrow was born compassion and unity. We have seen the power of kindness in Samuel Fletcher's courage, and the devotion of Ivy Harper to her fiancé. And tonight, under this ancient willow, we proclaim that love can guide the lost, and community can heal the broken." A round of gentle applause rose as Elder Caroline lowered her hands. From the crowd, Malcolm Harper emerged, his steps unsteady at first, but growing surer as he approached Samuel and Margaret. His cheeks were still pale, but his eyes held a spark that had been missing for weeks. Ivy followed close behind, clutching the salted cord around her wrist as though it anchored her spirit to the world of the living. When they reached the front, Ivy pressed Malcolm's hand, and her dependence on the community was clear in her eyes. She gazed at the gathered valley folk and saw hope mirrored in each face. Margaret offered Ivy a hug, saying softly, "You are safe now. And we will all stand by you and Malcolm." Ivy nodded, tears glistening on her lashes. Elder Caroline gestured to the oak staff. A hush returned. "Today, we crown the harvest keeper," she announced. "This year's honor goes to those who have sown compassion and reaped unity." She placed the wreath of marigold and lavender atop the staff. "Let Samuel and Margaret Fletcher lead our celebration." She stepped back, and two young children, Thomas and Robert, helped lift their parents onto the stage. In a moment that was both intimate and communal, Samuel raised Margaret's hand, and the villagers cheered. Margaret's eyes shone with tears. She surveyed the circle: neighbors who had lent grain when their own stores were low, friends who had watched over their children as they ventured to rescue Malcolm, and strangers who had offered counsel, prayers, and mending of clothes. In that circle of humanity, a flicker of triumph burned. Grief had tested them, but kindness triumphed. Samuel spoke first. "My friends, this harvest is sweeter not only for the crops we gather but for the compassion you have shown. We have tended to Lily and to Malcolm. Tomorrow, we will break our bread together and mark this day with song and dance. But first, let us give thanks." He bowed his head. Margaret followed. "I give thanks to my husband, my sons, and our neighbors, who remind me that no one is truly lost if love can guide them home. May this harvest nourish our bodies, and may the bonds we share nourish our souls." A chorus of amen rose, and the villagers began to ring the iron horns that Mr. Haversham and his apprentices had crafted. The clear, resonant tones danced across the meadow, mingling with the rustling of leaves in the willow above the river. It was as if the valley itself exhaled a sigh of relief. Young girls draped the rune-etched wool sashes from Ms. Cedric around the necks of each villager, anointing them with an ancient symbol of protection. Even though no one expected more spirits to haunt their dreams tonight, the act carried meaning, a promise that the valley would not forget its lessons, and that each person would guard both themselves and one another against despair. From nearby, children rushed forward, giggling, as baskets of apples, carrots, and harvested grains were passed out. Mrs. Thornwell started foraging through her baskets, distributing fresh rolls and pies to whoever stood closest. The savory smell of stews and roasted meats wafted from a long spit where a hog roasted slowly over coals. Farmers approached, carrying baskets brimming with pumpkins carved into friendly jack-o'-lantern faces, eyes aglow with small oil lamps. Thomas tugged at his father's sleeve. "Father, may I lead the harvest dance?" he asked eagerly. 24 children gathered at the meadow's edge, forming a rough circle, while fiddlers and drummers tuned their instruments. "You have my permission," Samuel replied, smiling at his son's bright enthusiasm. Margaret beamed, her heart light. The fiddler, a tall, lanky man named Gabriel, strode onto the stage, lifting his violin to his chin. The first notes of an upbeat reel rang out, pulling the children into a whirl of motion. Arms interlocked, toes tapping, the youngsters spun around the meadow, their laughter unfettered. Even some of the adults felt compelled to join. Samuel and Margaret stepped down from the stage and took hands, joining the growing circle of dancers. Ivy and Malcolm, still recovering but eager to celebrate life, joined them. Soon, the adults formed a grand circle around the children, each step a testament to unity and resilience. Above them, the willow's branches sway gently, as if nodding in approval. The sun dipped toward late afternoon, and the light turned honeyed and forgiving. Clouds parted to reveal golden shafts, illuminating the harvest bounty, sheaves of wheat, piles of apples, and vibrant gourds. Birds swooped overhead, their calls weaving into the music of fiddles and drums. A cool breeze slipped off the river, giving dancers relief from the late summer heat. After several rounds of spirited dancing, Elder Caroline called for another moment of stillness. The music halted, the dancers paused, breathless and exhilarated. Silence fell, but it was not empty, it was filled with renewed purpose. Elder Caroline spoke, "In honor of Lily LaRue and Malcolm Harper, let us plant a sapling near the willow, one that will bear witness to this day for generations to come. As long as its roots hold fast, may our kindness remain firm against sorrow." Margaret and Samuel each took a handful of loamy earth, kneeling beside a small hole near the willow's trunk where a young sapling, a slender birch, awaited planting. Ivy, cradling Malcolm's arm to steady herself, offered a handful as well. Together, they placed the sapling in the ground, burying its delicate roots and gently pressing the soil around it. A hush lingered as the birch grasped its new home, a vivid green against the bronze willow leaves. Samuel lowered his hand to rest on the birch's thin trunk. "Grow tall," he whispered, "and show us that kindness can sprout even from the darkest soil." Margaret knelt and patted the earth, tears glinting at the corners of her eyes. "May it grow strong, nourished by love and memory." She rose, taking Samuel's hand. Ivy placed a small garland of lavender at the birch's base. "For you," she said softly, "our gratitude and hope." The villagers scattered handfuls of dried marigold petals in a circle around the sapling, a final blessing cast like golden confetti. And then, once again, the fiddles rose, the drums took up the beat, and the entire meadow swelled with movement. The new harvest generation, boys and girls with faces flushed and hair tousled, danced with abandon, while the adults, hand in hand, formed a protective ring around Lily's memory and Malcolm's return. Laughter, music, and the rustle of the willow leaves blended into a triumphant chorus that soared over Greystone Valley. In that moment, sorrow felt like a distant storm cloud, broken by the brilliance of unity and hope. As dusk fell, eventually yielding to night, lanterns were lit around the meadow. Candlelight danced on leaf-strewn pathways leading to the river's edge. Margaret watched her children twirl under the willow's branches, their silhouettes framed by luminescent lanterns, and felt a surge of gratitude. Despite the valley's shadowed nights, its people had chosen compassion and courage over fear, ensuring that the lullabies of grief would be replaced by songs of renewal. Samuel slipped an arm around Margaret's waist, guiding her to a wooden bench beneath the willow, beside the newly planted birch. They watched Malcolm and Ivy stand at the edge of the circle, sharing embraces and soft words. The warmth in Malcolm's eyes illuminated Ivy's face, a testament to trust restored. Each lantern's glow reflected in the river, creating a pathway of light that seemed to lead to Lily's realm where she, too, might watch with gratitude from beyond. A final chime of Mr. Haversham's iron horn echoed across the meadow, signaling the ceremony's end. The fiddles and drums quieted, replaced by gentle murmurs of conversation. Villagers embraced and offered blessings, while children darted off to chase one another among the hay bales. The harvest festival had become more than a celebration of crops, it was a testament to the valley's resilience and the power of kindness to shape the future. Margaret leaned her head on Samuel's shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered, "for guiding us here." Samuel kissed her hair, voice low but clear, "The valley's spirit lives in each of us. Together, we can overcome any darkness." Margaret's smile was bright enough to rival the lanterns. "Tomorrow, we will gather again and share a feast beneath the birch, as its roots take hold. We will honor all that we have overcome and all that we have yet to build." Samuel nodded, the hush of the meadow settling around them like a benediction. "Yes. And we will remember that every time the winds of sorrow blow, we stand together stronger than grief." As the festival wound down and the final lanterns were carried home, the willow and birch stood guardians over a valley renewed. Under their combined canopy, Greystone Valley slept peacefully, knowing that the promise of dawn would always follow the darkest night. The days following the harvest festival unfolded like a tapestry of golden light and fading warmth. Greystone Valley, renewed by last week's celebration, sat perched on the cusp of autumn's end. Each morning, Samuel Fletcher and Margaret Fletcher rose to crisp air that smelled of decaying leaves and distant wood smoke. Their farmhouse, its timbers still fragrant from the flood of sunlit activity at the harvest, now took on a quieter rhythm. Samuel tended to the livestock before dawn, brushing dew from brambles' flanks and checking the fences for any weak spots before guiding the mare back to her stall. Meanwhile, Margaret saw to the children's lessons and carefully stored away the plentiful crops now piled in the root cellar, jars of preserves, sacks of grain, baskets of dried beans. Between chopping firewood and stoking the hearth, she found moments to braid the children's hair and rehearse next season's plans. Thomas and Robert, having sprinted through the fields in a whirlwind of laughter at the festival, were now rife with questions about the world beyond the valley. Each afternoon, after chores were done, Margaret would sit by the hearth with an oil lamp flickering overhead while Thomas read aloud from a battered primer, his clear voice punctuated by Robert's eager interjections. Their tongues twisted around new words: compassion, resilience, redemption. Occasionally, Thomas paused, looking up from the page. "Mother," he would ask, "do people really change if they learn to be kind?" Margaret would smile, tucking a lock of hair behind her younger son's ear. "Yes, my love," she answered quietly. "Kindness doesn't just heal others, it heals us, too." Samuel returned from the barn one bright morning to find Ivy Harper waiting on the porch, a woven basket of dried herbs in her arms. Her fiancé, Malcolm, had recovered enough to help his sister gather elderberries and mortar sage leaves, but Ivy insisted on delivering a sample of her own weavings of chamomile, lavender, and mint as thanks to Margaret for last week's care. Ivy's cheeks were still pinched from worry, yet in her eyes a determined spark burned. When she saw Samuel, she offered him a shy nod and handed over the basket. "These are for your teas," she said softly. "They've helped Malcolm sleep through the nights." Samuel accepted Ivy's gift gratefully. "Thank you, Ivy. We'll put them to good use." He watched her walk toward Malcolm, who leaned against the fence, watching Thomas and Robert practicing their archery in the yard. The two young boys had found use for the longbows Samuel had crafted last winter, just one more sign that the valley's spirit of resilience thrived. As the morning progressed, Samuel set out to inspect the barns and fields for signs of impending winter stress. He walked beneath the skeletal orchard, where gnarled apple trees stood like silent sentinels. A few stray apples, wind-blown from last week's harvest, had rolled into the tall grass pale husks that still smelled sweet and bittersweet. He gathered them, setting them by the barn door for the hens to peck. Beyond the orchard lay the fields of barley and oats, now stubble under his booted feet. He stooped to check the soil's firmness, reminded of the promise he and Margaret had made to plant the birch sapling near Lily's willow. In his mind, he traced the path to the river. Behind Samuel's house, the willow's broad boughs still swept low, casting a lattice of shadow over the water. At its base, the young birch stood, slender but determined, its pale bark contrasting with the willow's dark, knotted trunk. Samuel felt a flicker of pride. Little though it was, the birch had endured the winds, and now its branches reached eagerly toward the waning sun. From afar, he heard the tinkling of a small bell, the signal that Ms. Cedric was departing on her noon trek to the next village over, where she would trade her hand-spun wool for goat cheese and honey. Intrigued, Samuel made his way toward her cottage to bid farewell. Ms. Cedric appeared at the door, stooping slightly but smiling broadly. "Sam," she said. "I'm off to Silvermere. My wool won't fetch much there, but I have a friend in the apothecary who owes me that favor. Is there anything you need?" She held out a small vial of pinkish tincture that she had distilled, rosehip syrup for winter colds. Samuel accepted the vial, tucking it into his tunic pocket. "Thank you, Ms. Cedric. That will be most helpful. Tell your friend I send my regards." He gestured toward her door. "Safe travels." As he turned away, a sudden rustle behind the cottage drew his eye. There, half hidden by ivy, stood old Merrick. His usual cool composure was tempered by his furrowed brow. "Sam," he called softly. Samuel approached. "Merrick, what's wrong?" Merrick held up a hand to still him. "I've seen signs in the marsh, again. Small footprints, ones that belong to no animal I know. I thought the marsh might sleep now that Malcolm is freed, but last night I glimpsed a figure drifting on the water's edge." Samuel frowned. "Another spirit?" Merrick nodded gravely, placing a heavy oak staff in Samuel's hand. More than one soul is bound to those reeds. The marsh does not easily relinquish its dead. Lily's story was one of love and death. This seems older, more twisted. We must be vigilant. Samuel gripped the staff. I will watch over the marsh. But if it becomes too dangerous, I'll ask for help. We cannot let another life slip away. Merrick inclined his head. Good. Remember, in the darkest hollow lies the seed of redemption. Yet some seeds take years to bloom. Trust your heart but heed the marsh's silence as well as its sounds. Samuel nodded, watching Merrick depart toward the hill. The old woodsman's words lingered like a cautionary wind. With the marsh's history of drowned souls and half-remembered laments, it seemed the valley might harbor yet another restless spirit. The promise of winter hung heavily in the air. He could almost taste the first frost. Later that afternoon, Samuel returned home to find Margaret tending to the birch sapling by the river, where she and the children had scattered a ring of smooth river stones as a protective ward. Ivy and Malcolm knelt beside the sapling, Ivy pressing fresh earth around the base while Malcolm patted it gently, his pale face lined with determination. When they saw Samuel, Ivy rose to greet him. How did things go with Merrick? She asked. Samuel nodded toward the marsh. He found footprints. We'll need to keep an eye out. This valley still holds secrets, some that don't leave easily. Ivy's eyes darkened. I thought the marsh was done with me. Last night, when we returned, I heard his voice again. Malcolm belongs to me, but my brother's spirit beckoned, too. She looked at Malcolm. Not that I would never follow him. But then, I heard words that were not my brother's. The reeds were whispering something ominous. Malcolm reached for Ivy's hand. Then we must help him, too. Whatever lies in the marsh, it shan't claim another innocent. Margaret knelt beside Ivy, placing a supportive hand on her shoulder. The marsh holds many memories. Some souls linger, seeking release. If we work together, your love, Malcolm's resilience, and our faith, perhaps we can bring another spirit to rest. She glanced at Samuel. After sundown, let us form a search party. We can use lanterns and the cord that Merrick gave Ivy. We will go at first light to search for these footprints. Samuel wrapped an arm around Margaret's waist. Agreed. I'll speak with a few of the older villagers. They are familiar with the marsh's lore and might guide us to where to begin. He turned to the children, who were scattering wilted dandelion petals into the river. Thomas, Robert, help your mother gather some fresh willow branches. We'll need them for lantern frames. Ivy, Malcolm, rest for a while. We'll face whatever comes together. The afternoon waned into early evening, and the Fletchers returned to their home to collect supplies and provisions. Margaret prepared sandwiches of salted pork and pickled turnips, knowing that if they ventured into the marsh at dawn, they would need enough sustenance to endure swampy paths. Thomas and Robert packed simple knapsacks with dried fruit and biscuits. Ivy carefully wound the salted cord around her wrist, a constant reminder of her tether to the living. Malcolm double-checked his satchel for a woolen scarf and a small blanket, shivering at the thought of venturing into cold, wet brush. As twilight descended, the family gathered around the hearth for their evening meal, steaming stew of root vegetables and freshly baked rye bread. The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn beams overhead. The wind rattled the window panes, and from somewhere deep in the dark, a distant owl hooted its call echoing across the silent fields. Margaret passed bowls of stew, and they ate in companionable silence until the last spoonful was gone. Thomas and Robert yawned, rubbing their eyes. "Father, may we sleep early? We have to be awake for the marsh search." Samuel nodded. "Yes, my sons. You'll sleep in the guest chamber upstairs. Ivy and Malcolm will stay by the hearth. Margaret and I will keep watch just in case." He patted Thomas's head. "Rest now, and remember, even the darkness is governed by love. We will face it together." Upstairs, Thomas and Robert slipped into a soft bed, and Margaret tucked them in, reading a bedtime verse she had learned from Elder Caroline, about kindness and shadows. The boys drifted to sleep under her words, faces serene. Downstairs, Ivy and Malcolm settled on a pair of chairs by the hearth. Ivy's head rested on Malcolm's shoulder, her eyes heavy. "I want to help others find peace," she whispered, voice drowsy. "But I don't want to lose your brother's spirit again." Malcolm kissed her for it. "Your love is a beacon for so many. We'll help each soul we can, but we'll also protect each other. I won't let the marsh claim you." He wrapped an arm around Ivy, caging her gently in his warmth. Samuel settled in an armchair opposite them, the oak staff leaning against the hearth and the talisman around his neck. Margaret sat beside him, holding his hand. Together, they listened to the silent flicker of the embers, the occasional crackle of burning logs, and the rhythmic leap of shadows across the walls. Outside, the moon was full and bright, a silver disk that cast pale reflections on the frost-kissed fields. As the hour deepened, the wind rose, whipping through the narrow cracks in the shutters. A faint rustling came from around the house, as though some animal skittered past. Margaret's heart quickened, but Samuel squeezed her hand. "It's only the night wind," he whispered. "Sleep, love." Margaret closed her eyes against the flicker of fear. Ivy and Malcolm, at their chairs, drifted deeper into sleep, their faces relaxed as if another burden whispered prayers had been lifted. Samuel and Margaret remained awake, trading gentle smiles, their hearts buoyed by the valley's renewed hope. But just as Samuel was about to drift toward sleep, a sudden knock at the door startled him. He rose, motioning Margaret to stay seated. Taking the oak staff in one hand and a lantern in the other, he answered the door. Standing on the threshold, a young woman he recognized as Nora Blackwood, daughter of the miller, huddled in a dark cloak, her wet hair plastered to her shoulders. Her eyes, wide with desperation, met Samuel's steady gaze. "Mr. Fletcher, please. I thought you were asleep. I couldn't find anyone else." Samuel stepped aside, inviting Nora into the warm glow of the cottage. "What troubles you at this hour?" Nora's lips trembled as she truthfully recounted her plight. "It's my father. He's taken to the marsh. He said he heard a voice calling him, his childhood friends, who disappeared there years ago. He left the house 2 hours ago. He's always been strong, but I fear he's lost, too." She glanced behind her once, as though wary of unseen watchers. "I found footprints just like you said, but so many of them, circling around the marsh's edge. I'm afraid, what if he's bound like those spirits we freed?" Samuel guided Nora inside, closing the door against the gale. He surrendered the oak staff to Margaret and helped Nora remove her cloak. Margaret poured her a mug of warm tea, sweetened with honey from Ms. Cedric's hives. Nora shivered as she sipped, her eyes filling with tears. "Please, Samuel, you helped Lily, you helped Ivy and Malcolm. Can you save my father, too?" Samuel knelt to look Nora in the eye. "We will try. But we'll need everyone who knows the marsh's secrets. You must gather the others, old Merrick, Ms. Cedric, anyone who heard the marsh's whispers before. Together, at dawn, we search for your father. But remember, everything beyond that path is not easily tamed. Be prepared." Nora nodded, steeling her courage. "Thank you." She found her cloak on the bench by the door and wrapped it around her shoulders. "I'll go summon them now." As she slipped back into the night, Samuel closed the door and turned to Margaret. "We have another quest at first light." Margaret rose and retrieved the oak staff, extending it to Samuel. "Then let us rest for a moment," she said, pouring them both a cup of tea. Their hands met over the cups, the metal warm between their fingers. Silence reigned, save for the whisper of the wind. Outside, the full moon bathed the ferns and the birch sapling in silvery light. The willow's branches stirred, rustling in a language older than the valley itself. In that hush, Greystone Valley held its breath. The next dawn would reveal whether compassion could yet unbind another lost soul, or whether shadows beneath the reeds lay still, waiting to claim more hearts. The first light of dawn spilled timidly over Greystone Valley, casting the world in a muted palette of gray and gold. A thin mist clung to the ground, pooling around the roots of trees and hovering like a gossamer veil above the marsh's still waters. The air was bone-chilling, each breath visible in fleeting puffs that vanished almost immediately. Though the autumn sun hovered low at the horizon, its warmth had yet to thaw the chill that seeped from the earth itself. Samuel Fletcher rose before sunrise, guided by the distant hoot of an owl and the promise of a daunting task ahead. He slipped out of bed and dressed quietly in layers of wool and leather, fastening his coat against the cold. Margaret still slept beside him, exhausted from the previous night's vigil. He bent low and kissed her forehead, his lips brushing against skin that was warmer than the dawn. "I will return," he whispered, his voice firm but gentle. "Be with the children. Gather food for the search, hot broth, bread, cheese. I'll need strength for what lies ahead." Margaret stirred but did not open her eyes. "Be careful," she murmured. "And hurry, for Nora's father may not have much time." Samuel nodded, though the weight of uncertainty pressed upon his heart like a stone. He gently eased himself from the bed and padded downstairs. In the kitchen, the lantern still glowed a sentinel against the night's lingering shadows. Ivy Harper and Malcolm Harper already conversed in hushed tones by the hearth, their voices a quiet duet of concern and determination. Ivy clutched the salted cord around her wrist, its faint glow an anchor to her resolve. Malcolm, his features drawn with worry, held a small bundle of cloth, a spare scarf and warm socks for whoever ventured into the marsh. "Samuel," Malcolm greeted, voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "Nora sent word, her father, Henry Blackwood, is long gone. We must leave now, before the morning mist thickens. Will Merrick join us?" Samuel nodded. "Margaret dispatched a message last night. Merrick and Ms. Cedric will meet us at the chapel ruins in half an hour. I've asked a few others who know the marsh's secrets, Jonas the miller, Cedric the fisherman, and Agnes the weaver. Their combined years of knowledge may guide us through the wilderness." Ivy laced her boots as Samuel continued. "We'll meet by the oak at the marsh's edge. If the whispered footprints lead us anywhere, it should begin near the old boat landing up the creek." She paused, glancing at Malcolm. "Stay close to me. If he hears my voice, he may follow it home." Margaret arrived in the kitchen dressed in her riding cloak, her eyes bright and determined. "Breakfast is ready," she announced, placing bowls of steaming oat porridge on the table. Thomas and Robert emerged from the staircase, still rubbing sleep from their eyes. When they saw their parents in preparation for departure, they exchanged excited glances. "Father," Thomas asked, "may I come help too?" His youthful eagerness was tempered by earnest concern. Samuel knelt to meet his son's gaze. "I'm afraid this journey is too dangerous for you." He put a hand gently on Thomas's shoulder. "You remain with mother and the younger children. We will need our full strength and wits. Besides, Jonas or Cedric might have little chance to return home if they venture in. They may need your prayers instead." Thomas nodded, though his crestfallen expression tugged at Samuel's heart. Margaret gathered small parchment satchels filled with bread, cheese, and salted pork. "Take these for the search party," she said, handing one to Malcolm and another to Ivy. "Keep your strength up. The marsh drains the warmth from your bones." She kissed Ivy's cheek. "Be brave, dear child. He is out there, waiting for you to bring him home." Ivy swallowed, her eyes glinting with determination. "Thank you, Aunt Margaret." She slipped a small vial of rosehip syrup into her satchel. For warmth, should we be delayed in the depths? Malcolm wrapped a woolen scarf around his neck, then embraced Ivy, pressing his lips to her forehead. Go now, he said softly. I will follow when you have found him. Margaret opened the door. Enlightened by a sliver of sunrise, the world outside felt fragile, as if one breath could shatter its beauty. Samuel stepped onto the porch, bracing himself against the cold morning. His gaze swept the valley, the farmhouse rooftops, the fields transitioning from gold to frost, and beyond them, the marsh's low-lying haze. Already, a faint line of riders and figures on foot emerged on the lane leading toward the eastern hills. Following the road, the group soon reached the chapel ruins where old Merrick waited. By his side stood Ms. Cedric, her wide-brimmed hat dusted with dew and her winnowing basket overflowing with dried salves and protective herbs. Jonas the miller, his strong frame draped in a heavy cloak, stood to one side, offering silent nods of greeting to each newcomer. Cedric the fisherman, lean and tanned, held a long reed staff adorned with a carved fish-tooth talisman. Agnes the weaver, small in stature but fierce in her stare, bore a satchel of colorful threads, no doubt crafting a ward or binding spell for the group. Merrick waved his oak staff in greeting. Thank you for coming, he said in a voice that carried across the stony ruins. Samuel approached and offered Mr. Blackwood's name. We will follow the footprints you discovered. But the marsh is treacherous. Water can swallow a man within seconds, and the ground can give way underfoot. Jonas shifted, his heavy boots crunching on gravel. I've seen more than one farmer lost to these places, he said, his voice hushed and somber. Henry is strong but reckless. He may wander too deep. Agnes raised her chin. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We owe it to him and to the valley to find him. She opened her satchel and produced lengths of crimson thread. These will mark our path. Tie one around a reed as you pass. If you lose sight of the group, follow the trail back to solid ground. Ms. Cedric stepped forward, holding small pouches. I've brought salt, sage, and crushed bay leaves. We must sprinkle them at each crossing to ward off malevolent forces. The marsh's spirits can be tricked by strong scents. Ivy nodded, clutching her salted cord. I will go with Samuel. My voice can guide him, if my brother's spirit draws him toward me. She shivered as she spoke, but the resolve in her eyes was unwavering. Malcolm placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Take care, Ivy. I will be right behind you. He handed her a small bronze whistle. If you hear trouble, blow 3 times, and I will know to come to your rescue. Merrick tapped his staff on the stone. Then we depart. Agnes, mark our trail. Jonas, keep watch for signs of Henry footprints, broken reeds, overturned mud. Cedric, watch the water. If you see bubbles or unnatural ripples, Sound your signal. Jonas removed a small leather pouch from his belt, releasing a handful of fine flour. He stretched his arm, scattering it across the muddy earth in a thin, white line. Bring a wedge of wood to keep the flour dry, he muttered. A single gust can wash it away. He knelt, sifting more flour at the base of a tall reed, and tied an end of crimson thread around it. Follow that as we go. The search party formed in a rough line. Samuel climbed onto bramble to gain a vantage, scanning the line of mudded footprints that laced a winding path to the river's edge. I'll go first, he said, dismounting. Ivy, walk beside me. Hold my hand. Ivy took Samuel's hand, and they stepped into the marsh's shallows. Instantly, the cold water seeped into their boots, numbing toes and ankles. The reeds dragged at their legs, slick with mud. Each footstep required care as hidden hummocks of muck threatened to swallow a boot or a bare foot. Samuel raised the oak staff briefly to test the solidity of the ground ahead, then moved forward, directing Ivy. Agnes and Merrick followed close by, sprinkling sage and bay leaf as they crossed each threshold. Ms. Cedric and Jonas walked behind them, Agnes keeping the crimson thread taut so that each marker stood out like a lifeline in the mist. Cedric lagged near the water, his gaze flicking between the surface and the reedy shore. As they neared the old boat landing, a narrow inlet where logs formed a primitive dock, Jonas pointed to a cluster of footprints mingled with reeds. Fresh, he observed quietly. A man's boots, deep impressions. They veer back toward the center of the marsh. The group hushed, each person exchanging a tense glance. Henry Blackwood had pressed deeper into the marsh. Ivy gasped as she knelt to study the footprints. The outline of a boot sole worn at the heel matched the footprints of her father. She closed her eyes, placing her free hand over her heart. "Father," she whispered, a single tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm coming." Samuel reached to gently lift Ivy to her feet. Though her tears blurred her vision, the thread of courage that bound her to the group kept her strong. "Stay close," he said, voice low. He touched her cord, and the faint silver glow pulsed in the dim light. "Your love will guide him." A sudden rustling came from the reeds, a subtle movement that sent a shiver through the group. Agnes tightened her grip on her satchel of threads. "Something moves there," she whispered. "I see a figure, tall, cloaked in gray shadows." Merrick raised his staff, chanting a protective invocation under his breath. "Stay back," he said. "No sudden movements." The marsh, usually silent at dawn, now thrummed with an otherworldly tension, each reed acting like a tether between the living and the unseen realm. Samuel stepped forward, raising his hand in greeting. "Father Blackwood," he called. "We are here to bring you home." A figure emerged from among the reeds, half shrouded in gray, a slender form, bent at the waist, as though twisted by the marsh's corrupting influence. As it drew closer, Ivy's gasp echoed across the water. She recognized her father's face, gaunt, eyes hollow, cheeks sallow. "Father!" Ivy cried, rushing toward him, wading through knee-high water. She stretched out her arms. "I'm here, Father. Come to me." But as Henry approached, his eyes were blank, unseeing, as though they belonged to someone else entirely. His footsteps sank deep into the mud, and his clothes hung from his frame like derelict sails. He raised one hand, twisted, gnarled as though reaching for something intangible. Margaret stepped forward from the group's flank. "Henry," she called softly, grabbing his other hand. "Come back to us. We will help you." For a heartbeat, Henry's confusion gave way to recognition. The hollow vacancy in his eyes flickered, and he pressed a hand to his chest, as though reminding himself of his own beating heart. "Ivy," it was his voice, "calling me," he whispered, voice ragged. "But it wasn't Edward, my brother. There's another." Before he could finish, the reeds parted with a sudden gust of wind, revealing a taller figure standing just beyond Henry's reach. Clad in tattered rags that fluttered like decaying flags, its face etched with unearthly sorrow. Where human eyes should have shone, glimmering pools of mist took their place. Its hands were elongated, fingers tapered like reeds themselves. Henry's gaze snapped to the apparition, and the pulsing glow in his eyes seemed to dim, replaced by a gleam of something ancient and inscrutable. "Another?" Margaret asked, voice trembling. She glanced at Samuel, who raised his staff, runes glowing faintly in the dim light. Behind the apparition, the reeds rustled in eerie unison, as though murmuring secrets no living person should hear. Agnes stepped forward, twine in hand. "We must act quickly," she said. She began winding crimson thread around a sturdy reed stalk, then tied it off with precise knots. "This spirit, it is not of the mortal coil. It seeks a soul to claim." Merrick moved to stand beside Agnes, staff raised. "Speak your name, spirit," he intoned, voice booming as he invoked protective wards. His staff's tip glowed with a pale green light. "By the power of love and compassion, be bound." The spirit turned its head slowly, the rustling of reeds blending with its movement. It spoke then, its voice like a death knell, or a lament carried upon the chilling wind, "Who walks the border between life and death? Who dares to intervene in sorrow's embrace?" Samuel stepped forward, raising the talisman that Lily had given him. Its carved vine pattern glowed faintly as he spoke. "We walk this border, drawn by love. We claim compassion as our shield. We are the living, and we refuse to yield another soul to despair." The spirit swayed, as though weighing his words. Henry, Ivy's father, seemed torn between two worlds, his soul grasping at Ivy's tear-streaked face while his feet remained wedged in the marsh's hold. Ivy knelt beside her father and pressed her forehead to his chest. "Father," she whispered, tears slipping freely, "do you remember the wheat fields, when we were young? You lifted me on your shoulders, and I laughed as we chased the golden stalks before the war took you, and the marsh claimed Edward," her voice trembled. "You promised to come back to me, just as you helped me rescue Malcolm?" Henry's expression wavered. A flicker of recognition, or was it confusion, crossed his eyes. He closed them, pressing his fingers to his temple as though trying to banish a memory or break a spell. The spirit shifted, its form flickering between solid and mist. Merrick seized the moment. "Now!" he cried. Agnes and Jonas pressed forward, laying lengths of crimson thread across the marsh's surface, from Henry's boots, stretching to the shore beyond the reeds, and back to solid earth behind them. "Follow the thread, Henry," Agnes urged. "It will lead you home." Henry opened his eyes, the hollow mist receding, his gaze focusing on the crimson thread glinting in the early light. He blinked, as though waking from a long, haunting dream. "Ivy," he whispered, reaching for her hand. Ivy clasped his fingers, her tears dazzling like dew. She placed her other hand on his cheek. "Welcome back," she murmured. Margaret and Malcolm moved closer, gently supporting Henry's arms. Samuel raised his staff, its pale green glow intensifying. He pointed the talisman at the spectral figure, speaking words of compassion and binding, "By the river's forgiveness and the earth's grace, be bound to the dream you cannot leave. Let the sorrow you have wrought return you to the next realm of rest, free from anger and grief." The spirit let out a mournful sigh, the reeds bending away as though paying respect. It lifted one arm, as if bestowing a final blessing upon the valley, then, in a wisp of mist and echoing lament, it dissolved into nothingness. The marsh fell silent, save for the lapping of water against the reeds. Henry's knees wobbled, but Malcolm and Samuel swiftly steadied him. Ivy wept into her father's chest, her cords tight around his wrist as a physical tether to life. Jonas wiped flour from his palms. "We tracked him just in time," he said, voice hushed. If the spirit had touched him further, the reeds would have claimed him, as it did others before. Margaret stepped forward, placing a warm blanket around Henry's shoulders, while Cedric the fisherman retrieved a small gourd of water from his satchel. He mopped Henry's brow and offered a sip. "Drink," he urged. "The water will cleanse you of the sorrow's grasp." Henry drank deeply, some color returning to his cheeks. His eyes met Ivy's with raw gratitude. "Thank you," he rasped. I heard Edward's voice, calling me from the dead. But then, I saw the other. It spoke of loss and rage. It was so cold." Ivy held his hand as he leaned into her support. "He is at peace, Father. He is set free. And now you," she drew him close, "are alive for me." Samuel watched Ivy's reunion with her father, feeling pride and relief in equal measure. Across the water, the young birch and the old willow stood sentinel, their branches swaying in a gentle breeze as though applauding the living. Beyond them, the valley awakened fully to a new day, one without mournful lullabies, one where compassion had triumphed again over darkness. But as Henry steadied himself, he glanced back into the reeds, shuddering. "We must beware," he warned, voice low. "The marsh is not done. It holds secrets still. Let us not forget the names and faces of those it claimed." Margaret nodded soberly. "We will remember. And we will heal as a community, as a family." She laid a gentle hand on Henry's shoulder. "But for now, let us return home. You will need rest, and the morning's light beckons." The group gathered around Henry, supporting him as they retraced their steps to solid ground. Agnes collected the crimson threads, carefully winding them into her satchel for future ceremonies. Ms. Cedric sprinkled sage over the water's edge one final time, her eyes closed in a silent prayer. Samuel offered Henry a hand, helping him mount Bramble's back. "Ride slowly," he instructed. "Margaret will meet you at home with a warm fire." Ivy climbed behind her father, arms wrapped around his waist. Malcolm led the group's exit, his strong frame forging a path that made it easier for Aunt Eva, as the villagers called Margaret, and the children who had joined later to follow. The journey back was slow, every step guided by careful precision, ensuring no one was left behind in the treacherous mire. As they reached the river's bank where the willow and birch grew, the sun finally pierced the morning fog, scattering shadows across the meadow. The newly planted birch quivered in the sunlight, its leaves luminous with possibility. Thomas and Robert dashed out to greet them, their faces alight with joy. Margaret had a wagon prepared, loaded with thick blankets, warm stew, and lanterns for the return journey to Greystone. "Come, Father," she called, hands outstretched. Henry dismounted slowly, embraced Ivy once more, then allowed Malcolm to guide him into the wagon. Everyone settled in, the children clutching their bows and arrows, as though ready to defend their reunited families from any lingering specters. Samuel mounted Bramble once again, ensuring the horse's path was clear. As the wagon rolled across the meadow and the group trotted behind it, following well-worn paths, the marsh receded to a distant ripple. The willows rustle and the birch's small leaves seemed to echo their triumph, while the breath of dawn warmed the chill in their bones. Even the occasional raven's caw seemed celebratory, a final note of music to the morning's chorus. The journey home was a procession of unity and relief. Along the way, they encountered Nora Blackwood, her face streaked with tears but radiant with gratitude, waving them toward their homes. Villagers emerged from their cottages, offering blessings, spare blankets, and jars of honey to fortify Henry against lingering chills. A sense of communal strength enveloped the valley, an unspoken acknowledgement that they had faced darkness and emerged stronger, bound together by compassion and courage. Inside the Fletcher farmhouse, the hearth's blazing warmth welcomed them. Margaret and Ms. Cedric laid Henry gently on a couch, tucking warm blankets around him. Ivy knelt beside him, holding his hand as he closed his eyes, fatigue overtaking him. Margaret poured a bowl of porridge, sweetened with cranberries from the orchard. "Eat," she urged softly. "You need your strength." Henry took a spoonful, his eyes fluttering as he savored the taste's simple sustenance that felt as miraculous as the dawn. Over the next hour, the villagers drifted by to offer prayers, potions, and reassurance. Jonas the miller and Cedric the fisherman volunteered to remain on watch at the marsh's edge until the first frost ensured its waters would harden. Agnes and old Merrick consulted quietly, folding their crimson threads into neat coils, discussing how best to keep the valley safe. In each exchange, the atmosphere buzzed with gratitude, determination, and a promise to honor those lost by guarding those still living. By midday, a hush settled over Greystone Valley, a collective sigh that echoed off the hills. Samuel returned to the hearth, where Ivy sat beside her father. She looked up at him with tears brimming. "Thank you, Samuel," she whispered. "You have given me back my world." Samuel knelt and placed a hand on her shoulder. "You gave him the greatest gift, your love. I only guided him back. Now, let us cherish him and ourselves, for tomorrow the frost will come, and with it, new challenges." Margaret placed a warm hand on Samuel's arm. "Yes," she agreed. "But tonight, we rest. Let the fires burn bright, and the children sleep undisturbed. Let us keep this moment as a beacon, proof that compassion can unbind any sorrow." As the villagers dispersed, promising to return before nightfall with news of the frost's arrival, the Fletchers and the Harpers shared a late meal in the farmhouse kitchen. The aroma of roast venison and spiced stew filled the air, while the fire crackled with a warmth that seemed to burn away the last of the morning's chill. The children nestled on a blanket before the hearth, listening raptly as Samuel and Merrick recounted tales of the marsh's hidden realms, how the reeds could mimic voices, how cold currents could chill the soul, and how small acts of kindness could rekindle hope. Ivy leaned against Malcolm, her head resting on his shoulder. She closed her eyes, letting the fire's glow lull her into a dreamlike contentment. Margaret sat nearby, her eyes bright with tears as she watched Henry drift into peaceful rest under her gentle care. In that moment, the valley felt complete, each person bound to another, each spirit unshackled from sorrow, each heart brimming with the promise of tomorrow. Beyond the windows, as dusk began to deepen, frost crystals formed on the blades of grass, transforming the meadows into a sparkling sea of glass. The willow and birch, like silent sentinels, watched over the valley's slumber. In the distance, old Marek's cottage chimney curled smoke into the twilight sky, a sign that the old woodsman had retreated to rest his weary bones. Before the final embers of the hearth died, Samuel stood, gently brushing a stray lock of Ivy's hair from her face. He whispered a vow that carried over the crackling logs: "No matter the darkness that falls upon us, be it marsh-bound spirits or winter's chill, our light will remain. Our compassion will forever be our guide." Margaret rose as well, placing her hand on Samuel's chest. "And as long as we stand together," she said, her voice resolute, "no spirit living or lost will stray without the chance to come back." In the hush that followed, the only sounds were the gentle breathing of those they had saved and the distant hush of the wind through bare branches. Greystone Valley slept, wrapped in the promise of compassion's enduring flame, secure in the warmth of community and the unbreakable bonds of love. Snow fell lightly through the night, drifting down like pale feathers and settling on the thatched roofs of Greystone Valley. When dawn arrived, the world was transformed. Fields of tawny grass were now cloaked in a thin sheet of frosted white, and the marsh's waters had begun to edge toward ice. The frozen surface glistened beneath the pale winter sun, as though glass itself covered the reeds. A still hush lay over the valley, broken only by the distant cry of crows and the roar of a faint wind stirring skeletal branches. Samuel Fletcher emerged from the farmhouse before sunrise, wrapped in a thick woolen cloak he had sewn himself. His breath rose in curled wisps as he stepped out into the cold, checking Bramble's stall first. The mare nickered softly, her coat dusted with snow. He led her to a trough of warmed water beneath a lean-to, breaking the ice so she could drink. Samuel's mind was already racing ahead to the day's tasks, ensuring the livestock were fed, checking the barns for drafts, and helping Margaret oversee preparations for the approaching solstice feast. Yet he could not shake the uneasy feeling in his chest. Marek's warning about the marsh and Henry's recent brush with the restless spirit still echoed in his mind. Winter, he knew, could bring its own perils in a valley shaped by water and shadow. Margaret Fletcher appeared at the barn doorstep, hands wrapped in fingerless gloves, steam curling from her breath. She wore a thick woolen cap knitted by Ms. Cedric, its brim still holding flecks of snow. "Morning," she greeted, her voice bright despite the cold. "Ivy and Malcolm are up already tending fire and checking on the neighbors' elderly." Samuel nodded, offering her a weak smile. "Thank you. I'll handle the animals. Can you prepare hot broth for Ivy and Malcolm to carry to the Smithsons? They'd trouble to maintain the drawbridge over the creek, but Sheriff Porter is short-handed. If the drawbridge freezes, no one gets supplies." Margaret patted Samuel's arm lightly. "Be careful. Make sure Bramble has extra hay before you go." She turned toward the farmhouse, where the morning light glinted on frost-laden windows. Inside, Thomas and Robert stirred from slumber, drawn downstairs by the smell of porridge. They joined Ivy and Malcolm at a small hearth table, where Margaret ladled steaming bowls of barley porridge sweetened with honey. Ivy's cheeks were flushed pink from the outdoor chill, and Malcolm pulled her close as she ate, murmuring encouragement. Henry Blackwood sat at the far end of the bench, wrapped in blankets, watching each of them with gratitude and worry. When he spoke, his voice was steady, still pale, but determined. "I will help as soon as I can. The marsh's hold on me has weakened, but I must learn to keep my brother's memory alive without letting it tether my spirit to that place again." Margaret squeezed Henry's shoulder. "You've done more than you know," she said. "We'll help you." After breakfast, while Ivy and Malcolm prepared to deliver broth and salted pork to the Smithsons, an elderly couple who lived on the far side of the Iron Ford drawbridge, Samuel and Margaret gathered supplies for the barn inspection. They took extra torches, in case the drawbridge path was slick with ice. Ivy handed Samuel a small vial of peppermint oil to rub on stiff joints, while Malcolm offered a thick scarf to Samuel for extra warmth. The Smith's forge that served as the local supply hub was a half-mile trek away, and already the cold had turned the ground underfoot to slippery frost. Samuel and Bramble set off first, followed by Margaret atop a second mare borrowed from Jonas the miller. Their breaths formed clouds as they trotted the narrow lane into the forest. Beech and ash trees, their leaves long since shed, stood like sentinels along the path. Near the creek, the drawbridge's wooden beams creaked in the wind. Sheriff Porter, bundled in a patchwork coat, labored to chip away ice from the bridge's chains and locks. A scattering of villagers, Cedric the fisherman, Jonas the miller, and a trio of neighboring farmers worked together, tossing torches to one another and using iron hooks to pry the chains free. Samuel dismounted, handing Bramble's reins to Cedric. He approached Porter and stamped his boots to rid them of ice. "Anything I can do to help?" he asked, his teeth chattering. Porter rubbed his hands together. "Life jackets. If you've any old leather, strap it to the railings. A man falls in, that water is near freezing. And the drawbridge hinges need lubrication, any tallow you can spare." He indicated a small barrel near the smith's forges. "Jonas and I will find oil, but the linkages are stiffening faster than we can keep up." Samuel nodded, returning to his saddlebag for a chunk of tallow from his provisions. He handed it to Porter. "Use this on the hinges." He turned to Bramble, then took a deep breath, forging forward. "I'll inspect the livestock later. Move along, everyone. We can't let the bridge freeze entirely." Margaret trotted Bramble across the partially raised planks. The Smithsons' homestead was perched just beyond the bridge's squat stone cottage, its roof weighted by snow. Ivy waited at the door, handing the steaming broth to Mrs. Smithson, while Malcolm helped carry wood into the hearth. Samuel crossed and dismounted, stepping carefully as he made his way to the blacksmith's shop. Inside, the forge blazed bright, casting a crimson glow on blackened walls. Sparks flew as the smith, a broad-shouldered man named Barkley, hammered red-hot metal on his anvil. A stack of iron tools lay on a wooden table, glinting under the lantern light. "Fletcher," Barkley greeted, wiping sweat from his brow. "You've come for nails and chains, I suppose." Samuel handed over a small pouch of silver. "Ship them to the drawbridge. Porter needs reinforcement. After that, repairs for my barn doors, if you have the time." Barkley accepted the pouch, nodding. "It'll be done by dusk. But you'd best keep those doors patched, the wind's working on them like a thief." He bent to shape a glowing horseshoe with his hammer. "Winter bites at us early this year." Samuel nodded, his concern growing. He slipped on a thick scarf and warmed his gloved hands by the forge before stepping back outside. The wind had risen, gusts rattling the smithy's shutters. He mounted Bramble and urged her back across the bridge, where villagers still labored to free the chains. In minutes, the drawbridge lowered, groaning like an ancient beast. Horses and wagons began to cross, carrying barley, flour, and salted fish, vital supplies for communities more isolated once the ice strengthened. Meanwhile, at the Fletcher farmhouse, Margaret worked alongside Aunt Ms. Cedric at the hearth, kneading dough for a new batch of winter bread. Ms. Cedric offered guidance on adding dried herbs to ward off colds: rosemary, thyme, and a hint of rosemary to give it flavor. Agnes the weaver arrived with a basket of hand-knit mittens and scarves she had crafted for village children. Keep their hands warm, Agnes said, her smile brisk. One frostbite can turn into gangrene if we're not careful. She proffered a pair of woolen mittens to Thomas, who giggled as he pulled them on, his cheeks reddening. Henry Blackwood moved slowly between the hearth and the window, his eyes trained on the distant but shimmering surface of the marsh. He embraced Margaret's shoulder as she rolled out the dough. I fear this winter, he said softly. The marsh is strong. If another spirit awakens, I'm not sure I can keep it from calling me back. Margaret kissed his forehead. You did well last time, Henry. And you have our faith now. Should you ever feel the pull again, come to me first, and we will seek Marek's counsel. No one here wants to see you lost again. Henry offered a faint, grateful smile. Thank you. I will not falter. By late afternoon, the valley's main thoroughfare was a ribbon of a crowded caravan, farmers carting hay, merchants carrying oil lanterns for sale, and a handful of travelers bundled against the chill. The sun sank low, and long shadows stretched across fields. A haze of smoke from distant chimneys rose like pale columns, merging with the lavender sky. Samuel returned from the forge with new iron nails and strengthened chains for his barn doors. He assessed his own outbuildings, shoring up a rickety partition and replacing a rusted hinge. Barry, a young apprentice from the smithy, assisted with lifting heavy beams as the last light drained from the sky. Ivy arrived to help Samuel finish the repairs. She pulled a small jar of rosehip syrup from her satchel and offered it to him. For warmth, she said, her breath cold enough to see. He tasted its sweet tang, grateful for its heat. Thank you, he replied. After this, we'll have a hot stew waiting. Malcolm joined them, carrying buckets of water warmed by the hearth. He slung a thick wool blanket across Samuel's shoulders before handing him a steaming bowl of stew. Eat, he urged. You'll need your strength when you take Bramble to check the far fields tomorrow. Samuel nodded, dug in, and relished the savory broth, a comforting blend of root vegetables, barley, and smoked pork. As he ate, he gazed out across the yard, where a pair of lanterns along the fence posts glowed like watchful eyes. The wind rattled the eaves above, a reminder that winter would only grow harsher. In that moment, he recalled Marek's parting words, "Some seeds take years to bloom." He wondered what lay buried beneath the ice, memories, spirits, perhaps another sorrow waiting to arise. When the barn repairs were complete, Samuel shouldered his rifle and strapped on a pouch of tallow for Bramble's joints, intending to ride out at first light. Henry Blackwood volunteered to accompany him. Though his steps were unsteady, Henry insisted on helping. "I need to prove to myself that the marsh's hold is fully broken," he said. His face was resolved, no longer haunted by hollow eyes, but determined. Ivy slipped her hand into his, pressing the salted cord between her fingers. "I will ride with you," she offered. "I must be there, in case something calls you back." Margaret appeared, clutching Thomas and Robert, who being no more than 10 and 7, balked at the idea of venturing into the cold. But when she explained the need to keep watch for any sign of danger, they conceded. "We'll stay close behind," Thomas declared, lifting his chin. "We can help guard the path." Hours passed as the family made their final preparations. Malcolm piled extra blankets in the saddlebag, Ivy tucked dried fruits and nuts tucked into a leather satchel, and Henry strapped an extra whip to his belt in case they encountered frozen waterfowl trapped by the ice. The sky above had darkened to cobalt. The first stars winked through the thinning clouds. A lantern glowed in the upstairs window of the farmhouse, a beacon for those venturing out at dawn. Before bed, Samuel held Margaret close by the hearth. His voice was low, yet laced with resolve. "We face a new winter. The marsh may hold shadows we cannot yet see, but we have proven that unity can carve a path through darkness. Together, we will protect this valley." Margaret laid a gentle hand on his cheek. "I believe in us," she whispered. "And I believe in Bramble, whose hoofs will carry you safe." Her eyes glistened with tears that reflected both pride and apprehension. "Sleep now, my love. Let dawn bring us hope." As Samuel slipped into bed, the wind howled outside, rattling the shutters. Beyond the farmhouse, the frozen marsh spread like a field of fractured glass, silent and foreboding. Yet within those silent plains, dark shapes, reeds bent low, rustled something almost mournful. Samuel's heart beat in time with the wind, swift, determined, and wary. He closed his eyes, imagining Bramble's silhouette trotting through the frost toward the marsh's edge. Margaret lay awake beside him, mind racing with prayers for their safety. In the flickering glow of the hearth beneath the nursery window, she could hear Ivy's quiet breathing, the steady rhythm of Malcolm's guard over Henry, and the soft murmur of Thomas and Robert, reciting their evening verse. The only sound that still echoed from the marsh was the faint crackle of ice expanding and contracting in the cold. It matched the tension in her chest, the valley's breath caught between hope and vigilance. When the moon rose high, its pale light filtered through the eastern window, illuminating the mat of hay in the barn and casting the willow's reflection on the frozen river. In that fragile glow, the world felt poised on a knife's edge. One more footfall on ice could shatter everything, and yet each gentle pulse of warmth, a shared meal, a kind word, a village pulled close could knit it back together. Tomorrow, they would ride out together, seeking signs of the marsh's hidden sorrow. And no matter what they found, frozen paths, lost souls, echoes in the reeds, they would face it as a community, driven by the same compassion that had saved Lily LaRue, Ivy's brother, and Henry. Blackwood. For as long as love and unity endured, Greystone Valley's heart would remain unbroken, even if its edges lay beneath ice and shadow. A pale dawn light crept across Greystone Valley, yet the world remained hushed under a swath of gray-blue clouds. When Samuel Fletcher emerged from the farmhouse, the landscape seemed almost surreal. Fields of frost sparkled like a sea of diamonds, and every branch and blade wore a crystalline coat. The marsh, usually a place of stealthy reeds and mysterious murmurs, now lay half frozen, its surface a patchwork of brittle ice and dark water. The sparse daylight revealed cracks winding through the ice, like tiny veins pulsing with hidden currents. Samuel fastened his woolen cloak and checked Bramble's saddle, a thick pad to protect the mare's flanks from the bitter wind, and the salted cord tied securely to the pommel. Ivy Harper appeared in the doorway, her breath rising in short, steady puffs. Henry Blackwood and Malcolm Harper followed close behind her, each wearing a heavy winter coat and stout boots. Thomas and Robert lingered at the foot of the steps, their faces bright with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Margaret stood on the porch with a lantern in hand. In her arms was a small basket filled with loaves of bread wrapped in linen, a flask of spiced cider, and a jar of rosehip syrup. "Take these with you," she said, her voice edged with concern. "Keep them close once you cross the marsh's edge. There are no more hearth fires until you return." Samuel knelt and gave Margaret a soft kiss. "Thank you, dear heart. We'll be careful." He turned to Ivy. "Are you ready?" She nodded, clutching the salted cord as though it were a lifeline. Henry shifted his weight in place, his breath catching in his throat as he gazed at the frozen expanse. Malcolm placed a comforting hand on Ivy's shoulder, giving her a brief, reassuring squeeze. At the barn, Jonas the miller and Cedric the fisherman waited with Mrs. Thornwell and Agnes the weaver. Jonas held a length of crimson thread, looped around his wrist, while Cedric heft a bundle of slender reeds tied together a set of crude snowshoes he had fashioned from sturdy marsh cane and leather straps. Mrs. Thornwell bore a basket of herbal poultices, while Agnes tightened the laces on a fresh pair of mittens she had woven overnight. "Everything is prepared," Jonas announced, voice low and respectful of the marsh's quiet. "The only thing left is to mark our path." He held up his hand, revealing a smear of flour on his palm. "We'll cast flour at each step, so we can retreat if the ice gives way. Agnes will tie crimson thread around a reed at every crossing. If ever we lose sight of the group, following the thread back leads us to solid ground." Cedric tested the snowshoes by tapping them against the frost-crusted earth. "These should keep us from sinking into the water, at least for a while. But be warned, early winter thaw can weaken the ice beneath the surface. One wrong step, and it's deep water before you know it." Mrs. Thornwell adjusted a leather satchel strapped over her shoulders. "These poultices will help if anyone slips or strains a joint. I'll be close by to tend any injuries." Agnes, clutching her spool of red thread, stepped forward. "Let us begin," she said. "Time is of the essence. The marsh's freeze will deepen as the day warms. We must find the source of these footprints before the ice conceals them." Samuel gave a solemn nod. "Then let us go." He led the group to where the thawing marsh began, a shallow pool of dark water fringed by slender reeds, now sharp with frost. They moved carefully, each footstep deliberate. Ivy walked beside Samuel, her salted cord glinting in the dim light, while Henry and Malcolm followed close behind, braced against the wind. Thomas and Robert trailed them, wide-eyed and determined, brandishing their small bows as symbols of courage rather than weapons. Agnes knelt at the edge of the ice, scattering flour across its surface. The powder settled on the ice in delicate swirls, revealing the slightest depressions and hollow patches. She tied a length of crimson thread around a reed jutting from the ice. "Step here," she instructed, pointing to a narrow strip where the ice appeared thickest. "Stay on solid ground." Samuel tested the indicated patch of ice with his staff. It held firm. "All right," he said. We move one by one, in a single file, following the thread and the flower. He dipped the tip of his staff into the dark water, bringing up a drop that steamed briefly in the cold air. "The water is near freezing, any fall could be dangerous. Keep your eyes open for sounds beneath the ice. Any crack or hollow echo could mean thinned patches." They advanced slowly, each member stepping onto the marked strip of ice. The marsh floor rumbled faintly beneath their boots, an echo from water currents still flowing beneath the frozen crust. Again, Agnes tied crimson thread around another reed. "Stay close," she reminded them. "We must keep the trail intact." Moments later, they reached the old boat landing, a weathered wooden platform half submerged in ice. The last footprints had led there before the winter freeze took hold. "Ms." Cedric paused at the edge, raising a small jar of crushed bay leaves. "Let us cleanse this site," she said, scattering flakes of bay across the ice. "May any lingering spirits find peace." Samuel knelt to inspect the murky water beneath the ice. With careful pressure from his staff, he chipped away a small section, revealing dark glistening water swirling beneath a thin layer of slush. "It's deeper than it looks," he said thoughtfully. He lifted a handful of slush and sniffed it, detecting a faint tang that told him of decaying vegetation beneath. Henry knelt, gingerly placing one hand on the ice. "Ivy, be ready if I slip. I know this ground's treacherous." Ivy stepped closer to her father, placing her hand over his. "I have the cord," she reminded him. "If you fall, I'll hold you." Samuel rose and motioned the others forward. "Then we go deeper," he said. "Follow the thread, and keep at least 2 paces between us. If the ice cracks, everyone must move back to firmer ground." Agnes tied the thread around another reed 30 paces ahead, spacing markers to guide the search party. Hesitantly, they moved forward, stepping over reeds and loose tufts of marsh grass that protruded from the ice. The wind howled low in their ears, and each breath felt like inhaling shards of glass. Soon, they reached a spot where the ice had formed a thin door over rushes, its thickness barely enough to bear a human's weight. Samuel tapped the ice with his staff, and the hollow thunk echoed like a distant drum. "Careful," he instructed. "This boundary marks where the marsh's currents swirl most strongly. We risk falling through." He signaled for Agnes to tie another length of thread to a reed on the far side. Step slowly. Thomas and Robert clung to each other, their small forms bundled in layers of wool. They looked up at their parents and uncles, eyes wide with both fear and wonder. "Father," Thomas asked, "is this where my Uncle Malachi's spirit once lived?" Samuel paused, heart tightening. "Yes, Thomas," he replied quietly. "Your uncle's spirit lingered near the marsh's deepest waters, a place where no light could reach. But today, we are here to make sure no other trapped heart remains." He patted Thomas's shoulder. "You must stay close to your brother, and keep your eyes sharp." Mrs. Thornwell, steady and calm, knelt near Thomas and Robert, adjusting their mittens and tugging the knitted caps snugly over their ears. "Remember our words," she said gently. "Observe the ice, listen for changes, and trust each other. We will stay together." At Henry's prompting, the group advanced in half steps, eyes fixed on the thread leading onward. The reeds here were brittle with ice, their tops shimmering with frost. A sudden crack under Malcolm's foot sent a tremor through the group. He yelped, but Samuel lunged forward, grabbing Malcolm's arm and pulling him back to safety. "I'm sorry," Malcolm gasped, heart pounding. "I didn't see it." Samuel held his arm firmly. "It's all right. Take a moment to steady yourself." He took Malcolm's hand and led him to slightly thicker ice. "Lean on Bramble's staff for support." He tapped the staff against the ice, testing its solidity. "Good." Merrick, who had moved quietly alongside Cedric, nodded in approval. "The thaw is dangerous even now," he said gravely. "Our path grows perilous the further we go. Watch for singing ice, those sounds of cracking near air pockets. When you hear that, retreat immediately." Ivy shivered but held her ground. "I hear nothing," she murmured, straining to catch any hint of sound beneath the ice. She leaned closer to her father, placing her ear near his chest to feel his heartbeat as much as to listen to the marsh. Henry's pulse thrummed steadily, a reassuring counterpoint to the frozen hush that enveloped them. Agnes paused, kneeling to tie crimson thread to the next marker reed. Her breath steamed as she worked. "Another one," she whispered. "Just ahead." Samuel began to move forward, following the thread. They glided across a slender path of ice that snaked among the reeds barely a foot wider than the group itself. The marsh stretched on either side, its waters visible through pits in the ice, swirling with remnants of autumn's decay, leaves, reeds, and driftwood trapped in eddies. Henry faltered for a moment, looking toward the far shore where the ice gave way to open water. His eyes filled with something raw and bittersweet. "Edward," he whispered. "It's as if he calls to me again." Ivy grasped his hand, anchoring him. "Stay here," she urged. "Don't step forward. The cord will guide you back." Henry took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right." He took a slow step back, although his boots threatened to slip on the icy surface. Malcolm rushed to support him, placing a strong arm around his waist. Samuel cleared his throat. "Look there," he said, pointing toward a cluster of reeds swaying unnaturally in a small pool of open water. Footprints led in that direction before the ice formed. "Let us approach carefully." The group moved as one toward the flickering cluster of reeds. As they neared, they saw what had drawn their attention, a small wooden rowboat, half sunken in the water, its oars long gone. The boat's hull was coated with ice, and reeds wove through its ribs like skeletal fingers. Nearby, the footprints of boots thick-soled and deep led toward the distant fen. Jonas crouched to inspect them. "Yes, this matches my father's. He used a boat like this to cross the marsh, centuries ago. If this belonged to your brother, Henry," then he paused, folding his arms around himself to stanch the wind's bite. "He must have drifted on this river. If that was his boat, he was taken deeper than we expected." A hush fell over the group. Ivy edged forward, tears pooling in her eyes. "My brother's spirit," she said, voice trembling. "Could he have used this boat?" Her fingers traced the ice-laden rim. "We freed him last winter, when the thaw overtook Lily's dreams, but perhaps another current carried him to this spot, away from our surge." Henry's shoulders slumped as realization washed over him. He took a steadying breath and closed his eyes. "It's possible. I saw him walking across the ice, but then something pulled him beneath the surface. I could not follow him. This boat may have become his prison." His voice cracked. "He should have found peace." Samuel knelt beside Henry. "He found release in spring, when the thaw opened the waters. But this boat, it may have been stranded, holding him as the ice formed around it. We must help him now, if his spirit lingers." Merrick nodded thoughtfully. "We must turn this boat over and look for clues, something that might bind him to this place. A name, an object, something to anchor him, so we can call him by name and guide him beyond." Agnes rose, clutching her spool of crimson thread. "I will mark our path here." She tied another length around a reed, this one bright red against the pale ice, as a signal that this spot was important. Cedric knelt to place a handful of salt around the boat's hull. "Salt wards off restless spirits," he murmured, sprinkling the crystals carefully. "This will discourage any malevolence, and perhaps draw forth anything that lingers." Samuel reached for the oarlocks and tugged. The ice crackled like brittle glass as he pried the boat free. With a groan, the hull tipped slightly, revealing the interior, a small wooden box wedged between the seats. Ivy gasped, stepping forward. That's our father's chest," she whispered. "He used to carry it when he crossed the marsh, with letters from Mother." Henry knelt beside her, voice trembling. "I remember now. The box. My mother's writing kept safe." He said, "No matter where I go, her words guide me home. He knelt and touched the box's icy lid. If we help him with this, perhaps his spirit can rest. Samuel and Cedric worked together to lift the box from its frozen cradle. Inside, they found brittle parchment folded with care, letters from Henry's mother, written in his childhood, with ink that had bled over time but remained legible. Ivy's gloved fingers traced the familiar Lupa script, "My dearest Henry, if the marsh calls you, remember that my love surrounds you always." Tears blurred Ivy's vision as she read the words aloud, remembering her mother's soft voice. The depth of Henry's bond with his family and the pain of his brother's loss suddenly became starkly clear. Agnes gently lifted the letters, cradling them close to her heart. "We must use these to call him back," she said. "Speak his true name, Henry. Let your mother's words guide him." Henry folded and refolded a letter, breath trembling. "Edward Blackwood," he murmured, voice barely audible. He straightened, gaining resolve. "Edward Blackwood, hear my words." He lowered his head, eyes closed, and began to recite passages from the letters, his voice wavering but clear. "My dearest Edward, mother's love surrounds you wherever you wander," Ivy repeated the words after him, her voice catching in sobs. Jonas and Cedric formed a circle around them, holding the reeds outward, an embrace of protection against the marsh's chill. A sudden gust of wind swept through the frozen reeds, stirring them into a flurry of movement. The ice beneath their feet trembled as though the very earth were responding. Inward from the cluster of reeds, a pale figure emerged, Edward Blackwood, tall and spectral, wrapped in tattered remnants of his brother's coat. His eyes, once hollow, now shone with recognition, soft, mournful, yet comforted by the sound of his name. His form flickered between solidity and mist, like a candle's flame in the wind. "Henry," Edward's voice was a whisper that carried across the ice. "Brother. I heard your voice, and mother's words led me here. I could not leave until I knew I was loved." Henry stepped forward, tears shining on his cheeks. He held out the letters, offering them to Edward's outstretched hand. "Take them," he said. "Let mother's words guide you beyond. You are free, brother. Come home." Edward's spectral hand closed around the letters. For a moment, his entire form seemed to shine with brilliant light, illuminating the frozen stage like a solitary beacon. The wind carried the faintest whisper of Lily's lullaby, but in a gentler, transformed melody, grief tempered by love, sorrow lifted by compassion. Edward's lips curved into a soft smile, and he stepped backward, away from the group. As his form drifted toward the marsh's center, the ice beneath him began to crack in concentric rings, releasing tendrils of mist into the air. Before the ice shattered entirely, Samuel raised the oak staff and intoned, "By the bonds of brotherhood and mother's love, ascend in peace. Let the marsh's sorrow loosen its grip, and carry you to light beyond." Edward's form shimmered one last time, then dissolved into a swirl of pale light that rose toward the sky. As the apparition vanished, the ice beneath the boat groaned and cracked, but did not give way beneath their feet. Slowly, the cracks stabilized, and the marsh settled into a deep, unbroken stillness. Silence reigned for several heartbeats, broken only by heavy breaths and the distant call of a crow. Henry sank to his knees, covering his face with trembling hands. Ivy knelt beside him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "He's free," she whispered. "He's finally free." Margaret and Mrs. Thornwell approached the circle, gently wrapping blankets around Henry and Ivy. "Your brother can now find peace," Margaret said softly. "Thank you, Henry, for finding the courage to call him home." Merrick stepped forward, lowering his staff. "The marsh recognizes release," he intoned. "Its currents will calm, our memories remain. But today, we have brought courage and compassion to this place of sorrow." Agnes gathered up the crimson threads from the reeds and held them in her arms. "We must remember this path," she said. "Though the ice will thaw and the marsh will return to its liquid state, our unity will endure." With care, the group turned back toward the trail they had marked, stepping across the ice as though it were solid earth. Thomas and Robert held each other's hands, their eyes still wide from the wonder of witnessing Edward's spirit at last set free. As the marsh receded behind them, the wind carried away the last echoes of sorrow, leaving only a faint rippling in its place like the memory of a dream. When they finally returned to the Fletcher homestead, the sun had broken through the clouds, warming the valley with slanting light. A hush of triumph and relief hovered over the yard. Margaret hurried to bring hot bowls of stew, and Thomas and Robert rushed forward with extra blankets for Henry and Ivy. Inside, the family gathered around the hearth once more. Ivy and Henry nestled together on a patchwork quilt, their faces still pale but glowing with a new light. Malcolm gently brushed Holly's hair away from her face, while Samuel and Margaret exchanged relieved smiles, their shoulders finally relaxing after days of tension and vigilance. Jonas and Cedric arrived shortly afterward, congratulating each other on their safe passage across the frozen marsh. "I never thought the ice would hold," Jonas admitted, removing his cap. "But your guidance kept us all together." Cedric nodded in agreement. "I half expected to sink through at any moment. But seeing Edward's spirit set free, I have never been so grateful." Agnes entered with her crimson thread, placing it reverently beside the hearth. "A reminder," she said softly, "that love can light the darkest place." She knelt and tied a final knot, her eyes wet with tears. Mrs. Thornwell arrived last, carrying a basket of warm rolls and powdered sugar. "Nothing warms the soul like a sweet feast," she said, placing the basket on the table. "Let us break bread together and share the warmth of family." Margaret ladled steaming stew into bowls and passed them around. The scent of root vegetables, barley, and spiced meat filled the room, mingling with the faint aroma of rosehip syrup that still clung to Ivy's scarf. Each person took a bowl, the warmth seeping into their hands and washing away the last of the morning's chill. Henry lifted his spoon, his voice steady but soft. "To memory and release," he said, his eyes meeting those of his sister. "To the love of family that guides us home." Ivy reached for Henry's hand, squeezing it. To compassion, she whispered, her words a ripple of light in the warmth of the hearth. Samuel raised his bowl and met Margaret's gaze. To unity, he added. In the valley, we stand together always. Margaret nodded, tears glinting in her eyes. To peace, she said, her voice unwavering. The room settled into a comfortable quiet as they ate, the crackle of the fire underscoring the gentle murmur of gratitude. Outside, the snow continued to fall, dusting the world in silence and purity. The frozen marsh lay still in the distance, its secret sorrow now laid to rest. Greystone Valley, warmed by the hearth and bound by compassion, embraced the promise of winter's challenge and the steadfast light of hope that would see them through. The next few days in Greystone Valley drifted in a serene haze of routine and preparation. Though the marsh's hidden sorrow had been laid to rest, and Henry Blackwood's brother, Edward, safely guided beyond the earthly realm, the valley now faced the austere challenges of winter and the approaching solstice festival. Frost coated each surface overnight, and by daybreak, every roof, fence rail, and blade of grass gleamed under the pale sun. Samuel Fletcher rose before dawn each morning, his breath forming ghostly tendrils as he stepped into the courtyard. The barn's wooden doors creaked, revealing Bramble's warm breath steaming in the chill. Samuel fed the horse and checked the other livestock, ensuring they had sufficient hay and water, no small task when portions of the barn's trough had already frozen over. The roof's eaves dripped icicles, and the ground was slick, but Samuel stout-hearted brushed each animal's coat and filled troughs with tepid water heated over the stove. By the time he returned inside, Margaret was already stoking the hearth, the room glowing with an amber warmth. The aroma of cinnamon and cloves drifted from a pot of simmering spiced cider on the hearth, a welcome antidote to the cold. Ivy and Malcolm sat at the small kitchen table, repairing a tattered quilt that had been Henry's mother's. Their deft fingers wove new stitches where the old fabric had worn thin, the intricate patterns of floral embroidery a testament to Ivy's patience and care. Henry lay in a nearby cot, wrapped in blankets and sipping rosehip syrup. Each day, he braved the cold air to visit the marsh's edge, offering prayers and binding small tokens of gratitude, dried flowers, bits of crimson thread to the reeds, in memory of Edward. His skin still bore the pallor of his recent ordeal, but as the days passed, color returned to his cheeks and strength to his limbs. On this particular morning, as Samuel prepared to set out for the smithy to inspect the new iron reinforcements, Ivy looked up from her stitching. "Samuel," she began softly, "would you accompany me to the chapel ruins this evening? I wish to offer thanks at the oak where Lily's spirit first found rest." Samuel glanced at Margaret, who nodded with a warm smile. "Ivy, I'd be honored," he replied. "Margaret, I'll return with the materials you requested for the barn repairs. Will you have dinner ready when I come back?" Margaret reached up and touched Samuel's cheek. "Yes. We'll be here, safe and warm." "Must you really go out? The roads are slick." Samuel kissed her forehead. "Don't worry. Bramble is sturdy, and the smith's forge will be quiet this hour. I'll return soon." He donned his leather gloves, took up his rifle, and strode toward the stable. But as he stepped outside, a sudden gust of wind swirled through the courtyard, rattling the farmhouse shutters and stirring the steam from his breath into eddies. Ivy rose, placing her quilt aside and retrieving a small leather bag. "I'll go with you to the smith's," she offered. "I might need a stronger branch for the oak's new garland." Her eyes were bright with determination, though her cheeks were flushed with cold. Samuel nodded. "Very well. But be mindful of the roads. We'll leave at once." Bramble stamped impatiently, eager to snatch fresh hay. Samuel settled the rifle over his saddle and checked the stirrups. Ivy climbed onto the mare's back. 2 steps later Thomas and Robert peeked from the porch, their scarves pulled high. "Stay safe," Thomas called as they trotted away. Robert waved, followed by Mrs. Thornwell's encouraging smile as she balanced a platter of oatmeal cookies on a windowsill for them to take. At the smithy, Barkley the blacksmith was busy hammering out a new hinge for Samuel's barn, the hot iron blazing with every strike. Sparks leapt like fireflies in the dim interior of the forge. Jonas the miller stood nearby, wrapping a thick scarf around his neck as he oversaw the forging. Cedric the fisherman leaned against a wooden post, dialing his attention between the flames and the pair who appeared at the doorway. "Good morning, Samuel." "Ivy," Barkley greeted, his brow slick with sweat and soot. "Right on time. I've got your hinges almost finished. They should hold through a dozen winters." Samuel stroked his beard, watching the red-hot metal take shape. "Excellent. The frost's already biting deep. Once we secure the barn doors, I'll feel more at ease. Tomorrow, I'll check the northern pastures. There's talk of wolves coming down from the hills." Jonas frowned at that mention. "We've lost 2 sheep to wolves already. Hard times are upon us. We must keep each other safe." Ivy approached, drawing a small branch from her satchel, a stiff twig of oak, stripped of bark. "I brought this for the chapel blessing," she told Samuel. "It's strong yet flexible. We can weave it into a garland." Samuel nodded approvingly. "Well chosen. But first, let's take possession of these hinges." He reached into his satchel and placed a small pouch of silver on the counter. Barkley swept his hand over the pouch and handed over 2 iron hinges, cool to the touch but still emanating residual heat from the forge. Just then, the smithy's door creaked shut as Allison, the baker's daughter, entered carrying a basket of fresh challah bread, something her mother had wanted to share. "I thought you two might want this for your supper," she said brightly, brushing flour from her apron. Ivy accepted the bread gratefully. "Thank you, Allison. Your mother's bread is the best comfort in a cold valley." Allison placed the bread on a side table. "You're most welcome. And if you need a fresh loaf for the solstice feast, just let me know." Samuel adjusted his satchel of hinges and tightened the girth on Bramble. "Thank you, Allison. We will." As the two Fletchers departed, the morning light had shifted, creating long shadows that stretched across the smithy's dirt yard. Snow had begun to fall again, large flakes drifting down to settle on Bramble's muzzle like soft kisses. Ivy pulled her hood over her head, and Samuel urged Bramble into a steady trot back toward the farmhouse. Meanwhile, on the pathway to the chapel ruins, an unexpected visitor watched from behind a stand of barren oaks. Agnes the weaver, slippers dusted with frost, held a small satchel of crimson thread and flour. Though content with the day's forging and the knowledge that all seemed well in the valley, she felt compelled to reinforce the protective ward around the chapel herself. Lady Agnes tightened her wool shawl, casting a furtive glance toward the encroaching orchard where the wind whispered an urgent warning. She crept between leafless trees, kneeling to spread flour in a wide circle in front of the chapel's threshold. Each sprinkle of white on the frosty earth seemed to crackle with energy, warding off unwelcome spirits. She tied crimson thread around the roots of an old oak and lit a small bundle of sage, exhaling a fervent prayer. Then, content that her ward held strong, she returned to the village, oblivious to the pair approaching on horseback. By mid-afternoon, snow had thickened into a steady curtain that blurred the world beyond the farmhouse. Margaret Fletcher stoked the hearth so high that its glow shone through the windows like a beacon. Thomas and Robert worked to stack extra firewood by the dining table, excited for the evening's solstice preparations. Henry Blackwood, still wrapped in blankets, read by a side window the ancient verses about winter's turning, murmuring lines under his breath as he watched the swirling snow. "Father," Ivy said as she entered the room, her footsteps tentative, "Samuel and I are going to the chapel. We'll decorate the oak with the garland and pray for continued peace. Will you stay here with Malcolm and the boys?" Henry nodded, folding the letter from Samuel with care. "Yes. Rest here by the fire. Please be back before dusk. The snow is heavy, and the roads become treacherous as night falls." Margaret kissed Ivy's forehead. "Be quick, dear child. And be safe." Ivy turned to Samuel, who waited by the door, his cloak dusted with snow. He mounted Bramble, offering his hand to Ivy. She settled onto the saddle behind him, holding the garland of oak branches and crimson thread with both hands. As the pair trotted away, a gust of wind flung snow into the air like a million tiny embers, and Agnes observed from the elm trees, nodding to herself as she noted that the ward held strong. The path to the chapel was narrow and winding, flanked by oaks whose branches bent under the weight of snow. Each hoofbeat of Bramble on the packed trail produced a hollow thump that echoed in the hush. Ivy held her breath as they passed by the silvered moss draperies on tree trunks. Every now and then, a small owlet's feathers frosted flitted overhead, its call sounding like a question in the stillness. When they reached the chapel ruins, a crumbling stone structure whose walls were streaked with moss and lichen, they dismounted, each careful of slipping on the glassy stones. The chapel's door lay smashed, likely from an earlier winter gale, revealing a square room with an altar draped in old, moth-eaten tapestries. At the far corner, the oak to which Lily's memory was tethered stood proud, its rough bark flecked with fresh snow. Below it, the young birch sapling planted to honor Lily and Henry's brother now shivered under its canopy of white. Samuel and Ivy approached the oak, kneeling in the snow. Ivy set the oak branches in a neat pile and drew crimson thread from her cloak. She began to weave the branches together, intertwining them with thread in a pattern reminiscent of Lily's old lullaby, repetitive loops that each represented a memory of compassion and love. Samuel watched her hands, steady and precise, as she twisted the wood and thread in a graceful dance. Once complete, the garland resembled a small crown of winter foliage, streaked with crimson, a banner of hope against the cold. Ivy hung the wreath and whispered a prayer, her voice steady, to Lily LaRue, to Edward Blackwood, and to all souls who found mercy. May this garland testify to our gratitude and remind us that compassion endures, even when the world grows cold. A gentle breeze stirred the snow-laden branches overhead. The chapel ruins seemed to exhale, and for a moment, the wind carried a faint echo of Lily's lullaby, not mournful but transformed into a melody of solace. Samuel clasped Ivy's shoulder. "She hears us," he said softly. "She is at peace." Ivy wiped a stray tear as Samuel knelt and pressed a small rune-etched token at the oak's base, a final ward gifted by Merrick to seal Lily's rest. The rune glowed faintly in the chapel's dim interior, casting pale light on the frost. Ivy and Samuel exchanged a look of solemn joy, then turned to leave. As they retraced their steps through the pillar-like oaks, Samuel felt a tug on the reins but sensed something more, a stirring in the forest beyond the orchard. The trees ahead were silent, but the wind carried a low rumble, as though distant thunder, even though the sky was clear of storm clouds. The occasional snowflake had stopped falling, replaced by a hush so profound that every heartbeat sounded like a drum. Ivy shivered and pressed closer to Samuel. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Samuel nodded, scanning the gloom. "Yes," he said softly. "Let's move quickly." They hastened their pace, Bramble's hooves slipping on the packed snow. As the chapel's silhouette faded into the distance, Ivy caught sight of a figure standing at the ridge, a lone silhouette dressed in shaggy furs, its face obscured by a hood. The figure did not move, but its presence froze Ivy's breath. Warmth drained from her limbs as she stared across the expanse of fallen leaves and snow. "Samuel," she murmured, voice tinged with fear, "someone is there." Samuel slowed Bramble to a halt, gaze fixed on the still figure. The wind shifted, and the hooded silhouette vanished, melding into the snowy hillside as though never there. Ivy's white-knuckled grip on Samuel's cloak betrayed her terror. Samuel dismounted, urging Bramble aside. The courtyard's hush knotted Ivy's stomach. He approached the crest of a small rise, footfalls muffled by fresh snow. At the ridge's edge, a set of footprints, human, but not animal, traced a path that led behind the hill toward the old elm grove. "Footprints," Samuel said, crouching to examine them. "They're human size, too large for a child, yet smaller than Jonas's. They lead toward the elms, but they disappear there." He stood, brushing snow from his coat. "Stay close to me." Ivy nodded, fear rippling across her face. What could it be? Another spirit? Or someone from the valley? Samuel's jaw tightened. I do not know. But it watched us from the ridge. We must investigate carefully. He extended his hand. Ivy placed her gloved palm in his. They followed the footprints, which led into a stand of elm trees dusted with snow and ice. The wind moaned through the bare branches, creating an eerie wail that made Ivy shiver. Samuel lifted his staff, its runes flickering with a pale green light. He tapped into the ancient power Merrick had imbued within it, a power to repel malevolent spirits and reveal hidden truths. Ivy, Samuel said in a low voice, if this is a spirit, we must show it the same compassion we showed Lily and Edward. But remain alert. If it slumbers within the elm grove, we will need to wake it gently. Ivy nodded, swallowing hard. They pressed deeper into the grove, where the snow grew deeper and the air colder. The footprints ended at the base of a great elm whose roots plunged into a frozen embankment. Carved into the bark at eye level was a symbol, a simple spiral like a coiled serpent carved with crude gouges. Ivy's breath caught as she realized she had seen this mark before in a dream she once had, a dream of a sorrowful woman lost beneath the marsh's waters. Samuel, she whispered, her voice barely audible. This symbol. In my dreams, I saw it on a stone. She pointed to the spiral carved in the elm's trunk. I thought it was just a nightmare. Samuel placed his gloved hand on the carving, tracing the cold lines. This is old, a forgotten sigil of sorrow. It is not an omen of peace. This marks the spirit that once haunted this valley long before Lily or Edward, a spirit older than memory. He stepped back carefully, eyes scanning the grove's shadows. At that moment, a soft breath of air stirred the snow at their feet. Ivy gasped as a figure emerged from behind the elm, a woman clad entirely in ragged white robes, her hair a tangled mass of frost and reeds. Her eyes were wide and empty, pupils like pinpricks that glowed with a cold blue light. Her skin was ashen, and her lips quivered in a mournful tremor. In her hand, she clutched a small seashell, water within it frozen into a delicate pattern of ice. The unknown spirit raised a hand, as if offering the shell to Ivy. Its voice when it spoke was a whisper of wind through hollow reeds, I seek the child who saved me once. I seek a heart to guide me home. Ivy took an involuntary step backward, pressing against Samuel. Who are you? She asked, voice quavering but firm. Why do you wander this grove? The spirit's eyes flicked toward Samuel's staff. The staff carries the mark of Merrick, she said softly. You have released many, but I remain bound. My sorrow is older than the marsh's waters. I cannot rest until my name is spoken with compassion, and my memory is honored. Samuel tightened his grip on the staff. Speak your name, he said gently, taking a step forward. Let Ivy hear and guide you to peace. The spirit nodded, its face reflecting ancient sadness. My name is Seraphine, she whispered. I was once a healer who lived when the valley was young, before the war took my brother, and the marsh claimed my husband. I wandered these lands, searching for my lost child, until I cried for mercy and found none. Now, I am bound between worlds, calling for someone to speak my name with love. Will you grant me peace? Ivy stared at Seraphine, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, she said softly. We will help you, Seraphine. She reached out and took the shell from the spirit's hand, holding it gently. Your sorrow is known, and your name will be spoken. We will guide you home. Samuel nodded, stepping back to give Seraphine space. What must we do? He asked. Tell us what you need, and we will honor you. Seraphine's form shimmered. The shell holds the last breaths of my child, she explained. I cannot see beyond the ice's barrier. I need someone to shatter this frozen seal so that our spirits can be granted passage. Only then can I walk beyond the marsh to join my child. Samuel's grip on his staff tightened. Then we must shatter the ice within the shell, using fire and compassion. But be warned, the ice may crack in unknown ways. Ivy, if you are willing, use the rosehip oil to melt the frozen breath. But do so gently. Ivy nodded, drawing from her satchel the rosehip oil and a small lantern with a flickering flame. She knelt, holding the seashell carefully in her gloved palm. She uncorked the vial and let a few drops of oil fall onto the shell's frozen surface. The oil hissed on the ice, creating a thin mist. She then opened the lantern, placing the flame close enough to warm the shell but not so close as to scorch it. Within seconds, the ice within the shell cracked and fractured, dissipating into pure steam that drifted upward and vanished. A soft cry, a note of grief echoed through the grove, and Seraphine's form began to glow with an otherworldly light. She knelt, cradling her now empty shell. Thank you, she whispered, voice trembling with relief. My child is free, and so am I. Samuel stepped forward and placed a hand on the spirit's shoulder. May you find peace beyond this world, Seraphine. Your name will be remembered so that no other soul wanders lost as you did. With those words, Seraphine's form shimmered one last time. In a swirl of pale light, she faded, leaving behind a single white feather on the frozen ground. The air fell silent, no longer heavy with sorrow but luminous with release. Ivy pressed the feather to her cheek, then looked up at Samuel, tears streaming. She is free, she whispered. Seraphine has found her path. Samuel nodded, wiping snow from the staff. The grove is at peace, then. He turned to Ivy, placing his hand gently on her shoulder. Let us return home, where warmth and hearth await us. As they retraced their steps through the elm grove, the crimson thread Agnes had left still clung to each marked reed, but it no longer pulsed with that same urgency, its purpose complete. The hedgerows, once shadowed by sorrow, now shimmered with frost that sparkled like diamonds under the sun's pale gaze. The chapel ruins, too, seemed transformed, the oak's garland and rune-etched tokens pulsing faintly as though resonating with the freed spirit's gratitude. When Samuel and Ivy emerged from the grove, Henry, and Malcolm stood waiting by the riverbank, where the ice had solidified into a thick layer. Bramble and the second mare nickered, their breath steaming in the late afternoon sun. Snow flurries drifted lazily to earth, dusting the world in a gentle hush. Margaret, waiting by the oak and birch, ran forward at the sight of Ivy and Samuel. "What transpired?" she asked, her eyes wide. Ivy ran to her mother's side, pressing the white feather into her hand. "Another spirit, named Seraphine. She was a healer who lost her family long ago. We shattered the ice in her shell, and her sorrow was finally released." She knelt before Margaret, tears of relief and triumph mingling on her cheeks. "She is at peace now." Margaret laid a gentle hand over Ivy's heart. "You are brave," she said softly. "May her memory guide you and every soul in this valley." Henry approached, his face a mask of gratitude and awe. "Seraphine. I heard of her only in hushed legends. Some believed she would never find rest." He placed a hand on Samuel's shoulder. "Thank you for guiding her home." Samuel dipped his head. "We all walk a path between light and shadow, Henry. Today, we walked it together." Malcolm swept the last of the crimson thread from Ivy's cloak. "Let this thread lie here, a token of our unity. Wherever sorrow lurks, compassion will light the way." He tied the loose end around the birch's root, the red knot standing out against the snow. Thomas and Robert darted forward, curious and bright. "We heard the wind howl," Thomas said, breathless with excitement. "Is everything all right now?" Ivy knelt and ruffled Thomas's hair. "Yes, dear brother." The wind carried her away. Now the marsh and grove are silent, and no more spirits wander. She offered the feather to Robert. "You keep this so no one forgets how we found peace tonight." Robert accepted the feather, eyes shining with wonder. "I will guard it." As twilight approached, the valley's homes lit their hearths, and warm light spilled onto snowy paths. Neighbors gathered to share stories of the day, how the marsh's sorrow had been laid to rest twice, once with Lily and Edward, and now with Seraphine. Snow fell more thickly, blanketing the land in a cloak of white, a final note of purity after weeks of sorrow. At the Fletcher homestead, a solstice feast awaited. Margaret's hands moved deftly, plating roast venison with root vegetables and a side of boiled chestnuts. Mrs. Thornwell carried out a tray of sweet spiced pies, and Ms. Cedric set down a pot of hot tea infused with peppermint and thyme. The long table in the main room was draped with a heavy woolen cloth, each place setting held a small lantern to guide the way through the winter's longest night. Villagers began to arrive, each face bright with anticipation. Jonas brought a wedge of jam-made gingerbread, igniting cheers when the smell of ginger hit the room. Cedric offered a handful of smoked salmon slices wrapped in sorrel leaves, eliciting murmurs of approval. Agnes placed sprigs of holly and rosemary along the table's center, binding them with crimson thread salvaged from the ward. Each touch of crimson told the story of compassion that had kindled the valley's triumph over sorrow. Thomas and Robert, their cheeks rosy, sat side by side, eagerly awaiting the meal and the evening's festivities. Ivy, standing near Henry's chair, draped the white feather gently over Henry's shoulder, a reminder that love and memory would forever guide the valley's path. Henry cradled the feather, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed around the room. As the final guest entered, the solstice ceremony began. Elder Caroline rose from her place at the head of the table, her copper hair gleaming in the lantern light. "Tonight," she began, voice rich and resonant, "we mark the turning of winter's wheel. Though darkness claims the longest night, we honor the light that endures through kindness, through compassion, and through unity. Tonight, each lantern represents a heart that lights another's way." She stepped forward, lifting a silver bell, a symbol from ages past that once called the valley's spirits to hearth and home. As she rang the bell once, its clear note lingered in the rafters. One by one, the villagers lit their lanterns, raising them high. The room glowed with myriad points of light, warm against the encroaching chill. Elder Caroline continued, "In this circle, we have freed Lily LaRue, Edward Blackwood, Henry's brother, and Seraphim the Healer. Their names are etched into our memories, so that no sorrow remains hidden." She gestured toward the oak and birch hung with crimson thread that swayed just outside the window. As each spirit was released, our hearts grew stronger, our bonds tighter. Come spring, when the thaw returns and the marsh's waters flow again, let us remember these blessings and remain vigilant to help all souls living or lost find their way. A hush settled over the room as Elder Caroline lowered her bell. Then the first course was placed before them: roasted venison grilled over a bed of rosemary and juniper, accompanied by honeyed carrots and spiced cabbage. The scent of hearty shame and winter spices filled the air, comforting as a mother's embrace. Samuel raised his cup of spiced cider. "To peace and unity," he said. "May the light of compassion guide us through the darkest nights." Margaret followed, lifting her cup. "To home, to each other, and to the promise of every dawn." "Tomorrow," Ivy added, her voice soft but resolute, "we plant new seeds both in the fields and in our hearts. May no sorrow be too great to overcome." As the villagers drank and shared their own toasts, the lamplight danced across their faces, illuminating a mosaic of gratitude, hope, and renewal. Outside, the wind rose once more, rattling the frost-laden branches. But inside the humble room, laughter and conversation wove into a tapestry of warmth. When the final course was served, a rich pudding of apples and cinnamon, the lanterns burned low, their glow reflected in the polished wood and flickering smiles. Children played quietly by the fireplace, while neighbors found solace in shared stories of courage and compassion. Samuel watched as Margaret and Ivy, arm in arm, delivered bowls of pudding to Henry and Malcolm, their love a silent testament to all they had witnessed. As the evening deepened, the storm outside softened into a gentle snowfall, each flake drifting in from the eastern hills like a blessing embroidered upon the night. The solstice feast drew to a close, but the light kindled within each heart, the soft glow of lanterns, the warmth of kinship, and the knowledge that in Greystone Valley, no one would ever walk alone. In the dark. When the last guest departed, leaving only the Fletcher family and their closest friends, the valley's hearth flickered like a steadfast hearthstone against winter's embrace. Ivy and Margaret washed the dinnerware while the men stacked firewood in the corner. Thomas and Robert, now clutching their bows and quivers, leaned against their parents, eyes heavy with sleep. Margaret leaned her head on Samuel's shoulder as they stood by the dying embers. "It is over," she whispered. "The spirits have all been laid to rest." Samuel wrapped an arm around her, eyes fixed on the glowing embers. "The valley stands whole again. Each sorrow made us stronger." Ivy approached with a small wooden box she had carved earlier, a keepsake containing the white feather of Seraphim, Lily's rune-etched token, and a folded scrap of Edward's letter. She placed it carefully on the mantel. "These will serve as reminders that no sorrow goes unseen," she said. Henry knelt beside Ivy, touching the box tenderly. "And as long as they remain, we honor those who walked before us. Their stories guide our own." Malcolm placed a gentle hand on Ivy's shoulder. "And all who come to this valley will know that compassion and unity can pierce even the darkest night." With those final words, the Fletchers and their friends extinguished the lanterns and prepared to rest. Outside, the wind carried the ghosts of solstice chants, echoes of light eternal, dark ceased, love endures. The marsh, now fully frozen, lay silent under the snowfall, guarding its secrets until spring. Greystone Valley slept, wrapped in warmth and hope, its souls bound by the promise of kindness that would forever light the way through winter's longest night. Greystone Valley woke to a pale, pink sunrise, the winter snow already glistening under its tentative warmth. Though the solstice feast had passed and spirits seemed at rest, a new tension hung in the air, one not born of restless souls, but of human urgency and the unknown beyond their sheltered hills. As Samuel Fletcher emerged from the farmhouse, he noticed puffs of smoke spiraling from neighbors' chimneys and a sense of purposeful motion in every household. Margaret, already at the hearth, offered a cup of steaming herbal tea, peppermint and thyme, with a dash of rosehip syrup. "They're coming," she said quietly, handing him the cup. "A caravan arrived at Ironford drawbridge last night, merchants from Briar's Pass. They brought word of unusual illness among travelers, and some merchants have stayed to rest before continuing east. The sheriff is concerned." Samuel drew in a long breath, warming his hands around the cup. "Illness?" he repeated, scanning Margaret's face for more information. "What kind of illness? How far back does it reach?" Margaret shook her head, setting the cup aside. "The sheriff spoke with them at dusk. Fever and coughing, some say it resembles a bad winter flu, but it struck fast and hard. A few merchants collapsed on the road after they left the valley 2 nights ago. Those who arrived here seem stable, but they're quarantined at the smithy and the old coach house." Sheriff Porter asked Samuel to convene at dawn's meeting in the village square. "Everyone who can help must decide what to do." Samuel nodded, his mind already racing through solutions. "We must prepare supplies if they require isolation and arrange for extra firewood and blankets. If it's contagion, we need to reinforce our wards, both spiritual and practical. Send word to Jonas and Cedric, they can oversee the quarantine site. I'll be there soon. Margaret brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Be quick. The caravan's leader, Malric, is anxious. He'll expect counsel at first light. He kissed her cheek and hurried outside, wrapping his cloak tightly against the morning's chill. The valley's main road, packed snow-tinted with footprints, led toward Ironford's drawbridge, where a small group of merchants huddled against the cold. At the bridge's center, Sheriff Porter stood beside two mounted guardsmen, his gait stiff with worry. Jonas and Cedric labored to reinforce the drawbridge's barriers, ensuring no unauthorized passage. Samuel approached and removed his hat respectfully. "Sheriff," he said, voice firm. "Margaret told me." Porter placed a leather-bound ledger on the drawbridge's planks, as though anchoring it, his breath fogging the air. "Fletcher," Porter greeted bluntly. "Good you came." Malric Kalstead, the caravan's leader, claims they left Cobblestone Keep 3 days ago, none sick then. Now 3 are bedridden with high fevers. He fears it's more than winter chill. They need medicine and a safe haven until they recover, or we learn more. Samuel folded his arms. "Where are they now?" Porter gestured toward the old coach house near Jonas's mill. "We've set up makeshift beds in the storage loft. Malric and his 2 lieutenants watch over the sick. They asked for the valley's healers. Margaret is already helping with herbal tinctures. But if this is contagious, we risk our entire community." Samuel took a steadying breath. "We must ensure quarantine. Jonas, Cedric, can you close off the bridge and set guards so no one crosses without permission?" Jonas nodded, wiping his brow. "Aye. We'll post 2 guards at each end of the drawbridge. No one in or out unless cleared by the sheriff or you." Cedric stepped forward. "I'll bring fresh blankets and more firewood to the coach house. We'll build a small stove so the sick can stay warm." Porter exhaled a shaky breath. "Good. I need your counsel once the village elders gather. I fear the worst if we're not proactive. I'll prepare to lead the meeting at the square in an hour." Samuel nodded and turned to ride back toward the Washtail Road. Ivy Harper reined in bramble beside him. Her breath came in soft white clouds. "I heard," she said quietly. "Shall I come to the coach house? I can knead poultices stronger than barley broth." Samuel studied her face, resolute yet tinctured with concern. "We need you there, Ivy. But first, we reunite with the others. Meet us in the square in 20 minutes. They trotted past the smithy, where Barclay stoked the forge's fire higher, hammering iron implements to reinforce the coach house shutters. Malric Kalstead, grim-faced and wrapped in furs, leaned against a post as watchers adjusted a wounded merchant's blankets inside. The glow from the forge's windows painted the snow in flickering orange light, lending the scene an urgency that made Ivy's heart contract. Samuel and Ivy reached the village square, a snow-packed clearing at the crossroads of Ridgeway and the road to the northern farms. Several townsfolk had gathered. Elder Caroline stood beneath the leafless oak, and old Merrick waited at her side, leaning on his staff. Mrs. Thornwell carried a basket of spiced gingerbread to feed the travelers. A circle of benches had been drawn in the snow for the council. Jonas, Cedric, Policeman Alden, and Agnes the Weaver joined them, each wearing a patched cloak and grim expressions. At the circle's center, Sheriff Porter rolled a small parchment on which he had written notes. Samuel dismounted and greeted Elder Caroline with a bow. "Thank you for convening us. What word from the coach house?" Caroline folded her hands beneath her heavy winter shawl. "Margaret remains inside, attending to the sick. 3 merchants, their names are Rurik, Lana, and Sebold, lie in high fever. They drift in and out of delirium, their voices murmuring in languages none of us understand. Lana's cough is deep and raspy, and they worry of bluish tint to her lips." Ivy took a step forward. "Mother has identified the symptoms as potentially pulmonary, dangerous if it's a virulent strain. I've prepared salves, garlic, mullein, and echinacea to calm the fever and ease respiration. But without more information, we may need to isolate them longer." Sheriff Porter nodded. "Porter's guards and Jonas's workers will ensure the coach house is sealed off. What I need from you, Fletcher, is a plan to protect the valley if this spreads." Samuel furrowed his brow, considering the possibilities. "I propose we establish a triage area at the church's annex, 2 rooms already vacant. Agnes, perhaps you can weave signs, simple cloth banners to mark areas of quarantine, so villagers know to avoid the coach house and annex." Agnes placed a bundle of crimson threaded banners on her lap. "I have what we need. We will hang them tonight, clear signs with the symbol of safety and the symbol of caution." She held up a stitched rune, a circle bisected by a vertical line representing separation and unity. One half in white thread means safe, the other in crimson means caution. Jonas tapped his glove-clad hand on his knee. "We have provisions enough to feed the sick and mediate for a week. After that, if the fever goes beyond 3 days, we transport them to Silvermere's infirmary, assuming the road stays passable." Policeman Alden cleared his throat. "I suggest we limit travel in and out of the valley. The routes over Briars Pass and Cobblestone Keep should be closed until we know for certain this isn't plague. If any traveler arrives, they should be held in the church annex triage before entry." Caroline nodded gravely. "Alder's house, just past the blacksmith's, can hold any new arrivals. Keep them separated until we consult with Cobblestone Keep's chaplain. They may have more knowledge of any outbreak." She paused. "The Holy Mother above guard us." A sudden gust of wind rattled the banners tied to the oak's branches, sending a swirl of snow that filled the square with a pale haze. Ivy shivered, pulling her cloak tighter. Margaret appeared at the square's edge, flanked by Malcolm and Henry. She carried a small notebook bound in leather, its pages scribbled with notes on each merchant's symptoms. As she approached, she pressed a hand to Henry's arm. "I have what we need," she announced. "Blood samples and sputum vials. If Jonas can deliver them to the apothecary in Silvermere, we may learn whether it's a contagious pathogen or something rarer." Samuel gently guided her forward. "Your efforts will save lives. Agnes, can your banners be ready by dusk?" Agnes nodded, pulling out 2 crimson threaded cloths atop her lap. "They are ready." She handed them to Cedric, who fastened them to 2 wooden poles. The council stood in solemn agreement. Samuel rose to his full height, addressing the assembled villagers. "Today, we stand not only as a community blessed by compassion but as those tasked with preserving it. Let our words guide us. If you feel ill, do not venture out. If you see a crimson banner, stay clear. If you see a white banner, you may pass carefully. Let no one else suffer from fear tonight. The stronger we stand, the safer we will be." A murmured assent rose around him. Elder Caroline stepped forward to bless the council's resolve. "By the light of hope, we bind ourselves to duty. May the spirits of Lily, Edward, and Seraphine watch over us, protecting our hearts against fear." Each member of the council silently recited their own prayers. Then the banners were distributed. Cedric and Jonas took the crimson signs to the coach house and annex, while Agnes and policeman Alden took the white signs to the main thoroughfare and the mills. Margaret and Ivy returned to the church annex to prepare the triage rooms, cots lined up, piles of blankets by each, and a small table for medical supplies. Henry aided Malcolm in carrying bowls of porridge to the annex, as patients in the coach house needed deliveries of warm food. By late afternoon, the crimson banners fluttered above the coach house entrance, while white banners marked the path to the annex. Villagers hurried home, exchanging hushed prayers and murmured hopes. At dusk, lanterns lit in each window of the Fletcher homestead, painting the snowy street in warm, golden hues, a beacon of safety amidst an encroaching cold unknown. Inside the church annex, Margaret arranged spoons, bowls, and jars of herbal salves. Ivy simmered a pot of garlic broth on a small stove, the smell sharp and medicinal. Henry stood by, cataloging vials of herbs and bottles of peppermint oil. Malcolm stacked extra firewood beside the stove, ensuring the annex would remain warm throughout the night. As the last of the white banners were fastened, Samuel returned, Bramble's hooves crunching the frozen ground. He entered the annex through a side door, leaving snow-dusted footprints on the rough-hewn floorboards. Upon seeing Samuel, Margaret rose and offered him a bowl of garlic broth. He accepted with gratitude. "The council has decided to send blood samples through Jonas at first light," he said. "If the apothecary confirms it's only influenza, we quarantine until recovery. If something more sinister, we will dispatch a delegation to Cobblestone Keep for help." Margaret nodded, ladling broth. "We must be ready for either outcome. In the meantime, let us tend to those who need warmth and rest." Ivy poured hot cider into mugs and distributed them to volunteers who had come to aid. The annex's small congregation of healers, farmers, and watchmen worked diligently, lifting blankets for each cot, checking each nook for drafts, and creating a register of anyone who visited. Agnes arrived carrying a wooden box. Inside lay flasks of distilled sage oil, peppermint, and oak bark tincture. These should help soothe sore throats and prevent infection, she said, placing the box on a side table. Policeman Alden secured the door with an iron rod, ensuring no one would unknowingly cross between zones. We will check every quarter hour, he stated. Any new visitors must knock and wait to be screened. As night deepened, a hush fell over the valley, broken by the faint crackle of the annex stove and the gentle murmur of prayers for the sick. Each tincture dabbed on a swollen throat, each broth spooned into hungry bellies, served as a small act of defiance against fear. Outside, the snow continued to fall in silent waves, blanketing roofs and roads. The crimson banners above the coach house stood stark and solemn against the drifting flakes. A lone owl called from the elm tree at the chapel ruins, its cry a reminder that beyond human frailty lay the realm of spirits, eternally watchful. In the warmth of the annex, Ivy knelt by a sick merchant, an older man named Rurik, his eyes glassy with fever. She pressed a peppermint tincture to his lips. Drink slowly, she instructed, her voice gentle. It will help your breathing. He gratefully took a sip, the sharp minty taste cutting through his haze. When his lips parted to speak, he murmured, "Thank you, for kindness." Ivy offered a small bow, tears welling. We do not abandon those who seek our help. Across the room, Margaret and Henry checked the last patient, Lana, whose cough had eased but whose cheeks still burned with fever. Margaret placed a hand on Lana's brow. Rest now. More broth in 2 hours. Henry adjusted Lana's blanket, pressing it under her chin. You are safe here. The steam from the spice-laden stove swirled above them as midnight approached. Samuel, standing in the annex's doorway, looked at each volunteer with gratitude. We will face the coming dawn together, he announced. No matter what the apothecary finds, we stand united. Outside, the village lights glowed like candles in a winter chapel, each window a testament to lives bound together. The marsh lay frozen, shadows lurking beneath its icy surface. But inside the annex, the warmth of compassion, courage, and unity formed a far stronger shield than any frozen barrier. As the clock neared the midnight hour, a lull fell over the patients. Their breathing slowed, steadied by the healing hands and hearts ministering to them. Ivy remained at Rurik's side, her fingers brushing the dew of sweat from his forehead. Margaret sat with Lana, whispering words of encouragement. Samuel, Henry, and Malcolm watched the quiet scene, sharing a moment of solemn triumph. In that hush, the only sound was the distant wind, whispering across the frozen fields, a reminder that winter's trials were yet to come and that only through the unbreakable bonds of kindness and unity could Greystone Valley endure. A brittle dawn broke over Greystone Valley, pale light filtering through thinning clouds and touching the snow with a soft, silvery glow. Though the sun had risen, a chill lingered in the air, as if the world itself held its breath against an unseen threat. In the hush before morning, the village lay cloaked in white stillness, rooftops glistened with frost, the frozen marsh stretched into the distance like a field of black glass, and the dormant willows and oaks stood like silent sentinels against the pale sky. Inside the church annex, the first faint sounds of the day were the crackle of embers in the small stove and the steady, labored breathing of patients still sleeping on their hastily arranged cots. A thin wisp of steam drifted from the spout of a pot of boiled garlic broth resting on a back burner, its spiced aroma weaving through the frigid air. Ivy Harper slipped quietly into the annex, her breath forming a soft mist as she knelt beside Rurik's bedroll. The merchant's face was pale, sweat beading at his temple. Ivy gently lifted his wrist and took his pulse, stronger than last night, but still unsteady. Rurik. Ivy whispered, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. He murmured something unintelligible and shivered, burying his face in the blanket's folds. She pressed a cool hand to his cheek, the warmth of her palm a faint comfort against the relentless chill of fever. Fetching a small cloth dipped in peppermint-infused water, she dabbed at his sweat. Rest now, she urged. I've steeped fresh mullein tea to help your lungs. You must hold on. Ivy rose, and in the half-light she spotted Henry Blackwood seated near Lana's cot, poring over Margaret T's leather notebook. By the dim glow of a lantern, Lana's chest rose and fell with shallow breaths, her cheeks no longer flushed but still drawn with weakness. Henry pressed a finger to the page that detailed Lana's symptoms and the quantities of tincture administered the previous evening. He ran a slender finger along Lana's recorded temperature fluctuations, each hour marked by a dot, climbing dangerously high before subsiding again under Margaret's ministrations. Henry rose as Ivy approached. What news? He asked, voice hushed. How are they this morning? Ivy shook her head. Rurik is stable but still feverish. Lana seems weaker. She coughed blood last night, though it cleared quickly. Margaret has done all she can, but we still lack a diagnosis. Jonas leaves at first light with those samples to Silvermere's apothecary. We must hope for a quick reply. She glanced toward the door. He should be here any moment. Henry placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I will stay with Lana once Margaret arrives. You tend to Rurik and care for yourself, too. His tone was gentle but edged with determination. We will find a way. Meanwhile, at the Fletcher farmhouse, Samuel Fletcher emerged from his room just as Jonas the miller arrived, his breath ragged from a brisk ride through the snow. Jonas carried a large leather satchel secured with iron buckles. Samuel, he called softly, his voice cracking with cold, I delivered the samples to Master Apothecarius Talon at Silvermere. He said he'd examine them first light and send a reply by Raven. He suspects a virulent strain of winter influenza possibly enhanced by exposure to marsh miasma during our thaw. He sends precautions, continue quarantine, stoke fires low but constant, and administer poultices of garlic and bay leaf. If any patient's fever remains above 39 degrees for more than 24 hours, he must be moved to the southern annex, where fresh air and stronger herbs can reach them. Samuel glanced toward the path leading back to the annex, where a solitary raven stood at the edge of the frozen road, its black feathers glistening with frost. He nodded to Jonas. "Thank you. Your ride has saved precious time. I'll meet Margaret at the annex and relay the news. We must prepare to contain the outbreak and protect the valley." Jonas offered a brief salute and disappeared into the swirling snow. Samuel undid the heavy saddlebag from Bramble's back and climbed down, fastening Bramble's reins to the fence. He strode across the courtyard to gather extra firewood and bundles of fresh herbs, sage, rosemary, and thyme to hang in the annex's windows. With each clump he lifted, he steeled himself for the day's trials, knowing that every moment could mean another life lost or saved. Margaret emerged from the farmhouse's kitchen just as Samuel returned. She carried a pot of mullein tea wrapped in a cloth, steam curling upward like a prayer. Her eyes were drawn with fatigue, and small smudges of soot from the stove darkened her cheeks. Yet the flame of determination shone in her gaze. "Samuel," she said quietly, setting the kettle down. "Jonas left word Master Talon suspects a virulent strain of influenza. We must redouble our quarantine." "How are they?" Samuel handed her the satchel of new herbs and nodded gravely. "He'll send word by Raven as soon as he confirms. Ivy is already tending to Rurik, Henry is with Lana. We still need to prepare the southern annex, in case any patient worsens. The villagers can help with firewood and food. It's time to call in volunteers." Margaret poured tea into 2 wooden mugs and handed one to Samuel. "Let us go now," she said, her voice steady despite the weight in her heart. Inside the annex, the atmosphere was tense yet resolute. The flicker of lanterns cast dancing shadows on the roughly hewn walls, and the stove's embers glowed like embers at the heart of the world. Sheep blankets and quilts draped every surface, forming makeshift partitions between beds. Ivy knelt beside Rurik's cot, brushing damp hair from the merchant's forehead. She placed a warmed mullein poultice on his chest, whispering encouragement as he coughed, each spasm echoing through the hush. Margaret and Henry arrived, the door creaking behind them. Henry's face brightened momentarily at the sight of Ivy, but concern overrode relief when he saw Rurik's pallor. Margaret moved swiftly to Lana's bedside, kneeling to analyze her breathing. Lana's head lolled against the pillow, sweat glistening on her temple. "Her fever's still high," Margaret muttered, checking the thermometer. 38.5. Not rising, but not falling enough. Henry pressed the herbal tincture to Lana's lips. "Drink this slowly," he murmured. She sipped, grimacing at the bitterness, but swallowed dutifully. "We must keep her hydrated," he said, reaching for a woolen blanket to cover her shoulders. Margaret nodded, stepping back to assess the room. "Thomas and Robert can help distribute blankets to the new volunteers. Blackberry paste and spiced bread are on the table. Ivy, fetch a pot of garlic broth from the kitchen. We must keep their strength up." In the corner, Agnes the weaver and Cedric the fisherman waited, their eyes shadowed by fatigue. Jonas the miller stood near the door, his arms crossed but muscles taut with resolve. "I'll saddle Bramble to bring more firewood to the annex," Jonas said. "The south hall should be stocked with enough coal and wood to keep it warm for days." Margaret smiled gratefully. "Thank you." She placed a hand on his arm. "Your ride gave us hope." Jonas nodded, stepping forward to secure the door handle as Agnes pulled the crimson banner from her satchel and tucked it into the wall bracket. Outside, a group of villagers, farmhands, weavers, and mill workers stood ready. Mrs. Thornwell carried baskets of healing salves, while Cedric loaded bundles of oak branches and sage onto a small sled. As the wind made the lantern flames flicker wildly, the villagers set off to replenish the annex's supplies, their figures fading into the swirling snow. Inside, a sense of quiet unity settled over the occupants. Ivy and Henry knelt beside Lana's bed, chanting a soft lullaby taught by Elder Caroline, "Wind of whisper, hearth of home, grant our hearts a peaceful roam." They repeated the refrain in gentle unison, and Lana's breathing slowed, each murmur a promise of life beneath the fever's grip. Margaret moved to Rurik's side, whispering prayers of healing as she wrapped him in a thick woolen blanket. "You are not alone," she told him softly. "We will see you through this." At the southern annex, a small team led by Cedric and Jonas had cleared space for additional cots, spare beds from the old Miller homestead, blankets donated by Mrs. Thornwell, and a few handfuls of sage pinned above the windows. The thick stone walls and sealed shutters promised a refuge against the biting wind. Cedric stoked the stove until its heat permeated the room, warming the coals to a bright ember glow. "This place will hold 6 more, Cedric said, stacking blankets neatly at each cot. "If any patient's fever spikes, we must move them here." Jonas took note of each detail, recording provisions in a leather-bound ledger. "I'll return every hour to check the main annex," he said. "If anyone shows signs of worsening, bring them here immediately. Otherwise, we will all sleep in shifts." By late afternoon, the sun hovered low and weak, half hidden behind a curtain of swirling snow. In the annex, Margaret administered a spoonful of peppermint syrup to Lana. Henry held Lana's hand, his thumb grazing her wrist. "You must rest now," he whispered. "We have faith in your strength." Margaret rose and stepped to the alcove where Ivy was draining the last of the garlic broth into a pot. "The cabin behind the forge needs sealing against the wind," she said, retrieving a handful of sprigs of rosemary and thyme. "Can you fetch those, Sam?" "I'll weave the herbs into bundles to hang in each room." Samuel appeared at the door, brushing snow from his cloak. "On it?" He took the herbs and hurried to the farmhouse to collect more, leaving Margaret and Ivy to prepare the herbal bundles. Inside the main annex, Lana stirred and opened her eyes, meeting Henry's gaze. "Father," she murmured, voice weak but lucid. Henry smiled, tears glinting. "Yes, my sister. You're safe now, rest." He adjusted her blankets, tucking her in under a woven quilt that Agnes had donated. Lana closed her eyes again, head drifting back against the pillow. Henry exhaled, eyes glistening with relief. As dusk turned to night, the annex's stove glowed bright. In the corner, a small lantern illuminated the rune-etched token from Lily's oak, a silent reminder of past triumphs over darkness. Ivy and Margaret rose to hang the last of their herbal bundles above each cot, rosemary for memory, thyme for courage, and rosemary for healing. Each bundle swayed gently in the glow of the lanterns, its scent a balm against fear. Distant howls echoed, perhaps the wolves Jonas had warned of, testing the fringe of the frozen marsh. Cedric and Jonas returned, their hair frosted, to check on the northern annex. They reported no new cases but warned that the roads beyond Ironford were slick and dangerous, any carriage attempting to pass would require guides and canine patrols. Margaret wrapped a woolen blanket around Ivy as she knelt by Rurik's bedside. "Will you stay with him a while?" she asked. "I need to check on Malcolm, he's out there delivering blankets to the sick in the southern annex." Ivy nodded, placing a comforting hand on Rurik's pulse. "Of course." Margaret slipped out into the night, drawing her cloak tight against the chill. She strode across the snow-crusted courtyard toward the southern annex, where moonlight spilled through narrow windows like pale fingers. Inside, she found Malcolm kneeling near the stove, securing sage bundles to the wall. He pressed a hand to his chest as she entered. "All stable here," he whispered. "One merchant's fever spiked again, but the fresh air seems to help." Margaret nodded, slipping her arm around his waist. "Thank you, Malcolm. You're brave." He pressed her hand to his lips. "We all do what we must. Will you join me here for the rest of the night?" Margaret nodded, removing her cloak. "I will." In the main annex, Ivy checked Rurik's fever, 37.2 lower than dawn. She wiped his brow and whispered, "You'll be back on the road soon, with strength renewed." Rurik's eyes fluttered, and he managed a faint smile, murmuring gratitude before drifting into a gentle sleep. Ivy rose and walked to Lana's bedside, brushing a pinch of rosemary from the herbal bundle overhead. Lana stirred, coughing lightly, but opened her eyes to see Ivy's face. "Thank you," she whispered. "Your kindness saved me." Ivy pressed the side of her head to Lana's. "We stand together, you and I." She moved to fetch water and a warm towel from the stove, determined to keep her sister comfortable until dawn. As the night pressed on, the furnace's glow softened, and the patient's breath slowed. Henry sat by a window, reading a passage from an ancient prayer, "Though winter's breath may bind the hearts of men, the light of love shall burn eternal." He closed his eyes and prayed that those words would hold true for the valley he loved. In the farmhouse, Samuel and Agnes knelt before a small shrine set beside Lily's oak in the chapel ruins, reciting verses of blessing and gratitude for the fallen spirits. Their voices rose in a hushed chorus, light eternal, dark dissolved. In memory, hearts evolve. The chapel's walls held their murmured words like sacred echoes. By midnight, the valley slept under a pale full moon, snow drifting across fields and rooftops in floating ribbons. Inside the annex, guardians remained vigilant. Jonas patrolled the main hall, Cedric stoked the embers in each stove, and Agnes drifted between the patients, her hands woven from compassion and her lips murmuring soft incantations. The entire valley, though beset by illness and uncertain dangers, stood encircled by the warmth of communal resolve. Tomorrow, the raven would either bring hope or demand new determination. But for now, as long as the hearth fire glowed and the spirits of kindness whispered through every ridge and hollow, Greystone Valley would endure. The lingering hush of winter wrapped Greystone Valley in a still, reflective silence as dawn broke on the valley's final trial. Dawn's light filtered through the ashen clouds, a soft promise of hope after nights of anxious vigil. Though the solstice had passed, the valley's people had been locked in battle against a virulent winter influenza, a shadow that threatened to eclipse the warmth of their shared compassion. But as the pale sun crested the eastern hills, its rays alighted on the frosted fields and pointed the way out of darkness. Inside the southern annex, the first tremors of awakening rippled through the warded rooms. Candles flickered on window sills, their soft glow cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. Samuel Fletcher stood at the door of the largest chamber, watching as the staff and volunteers busied themselves, preparing for the day's labors. Henry Blackwood loaded a kettle with fresh herbs, rosemary, thyme, and peppermint to brew an invigorating tea for the ailing. Ivy Harper distributed fresh linen to each cot, carefully replacing soiled blankets with crisp, clean cloths. Agnes the weaver moved quietly among the cots, her deft fingers adjusting pillows and offering murmured words of reassurance. From the infirmary's far corner, Malcolm Harper emerged, face drawn but determined. He carried a wooden crate filled with jars of spiced apple cinnamon porridge, a recipe improvised by Mrs. Thornwell to coax appetites back to life. "Morning, everyone," he said, setting the crate down on a long wooden table. "Time to help our neighbors find strength." His voice carried a warm resilience, an unspoken vow that no spirit in the valley would be left to face winter's chill alone. Samuel joined Malcolm, nodding. "The raven has returned," he announced, retrieving an envelope sealed with the mark of Master Apothecarius Talon at Silvermere. The parchment crackled as he broke the seal. "He confirms it is influenza, no mutation, no new scourge. It is highly contagious, yes, but treatable. He offers his deepest condolences and instructions: continue quarantine until all are fever-free for 48 hours. He will dispatch a traveling healer, a seer Chiron Black, at first light to help replenish our remedies and ensure no strain remains." A collective cheer rippled through the room. A sense of relief and the gathering spark of collective triumph breathed life into the hushed spaces. Lana Blackwood stirred on her cot, finally sitting upright. Her long brown hair, once tangled and drenched from fevers, now lay smooth against her shoulders. She blinked, the dim lamplight reflecting a glimmer of tears. "I can breathe," she whispered, voice hoarse but grateful. "Thank you." Henry stepped forward, eyes bright with hope. He knelt beside his sister, pressing a hand to her cheek. "You're going home soon," he said softly. "Ivy and I will ensure you make that journey safely." Ivy, flushed with emotion, offered Lana a simple mug of herbal tea. Drink slowly, she instructed. Let it warm you from the inside. Your lungs need every drop. Lana took the mug with a delicate smile, holding it like a sacred vessel. As Samuel delivered the apothecary's letter to Margaret, she read it aloud to the gathered volunteers. To the kind souls of Greystone Valley, your courage and compassion have saved many lives. Your community shines as a beacon against winter's darkness. May your efforts continue until each neighbor rejoices in restored health. I send forth Seer Chiron Black, a healer well versed in the arts of herbal and spiritual medicine. May he guide your hands and hearts as you stand by one another. When Margaret finished, the annex erupted into heartfelt gratitude. Elder Caroline, who sat near the eastern window to soak in the first light, offered a blessing in an old tongue. May the valley's children flourish, and may no spirit wander lost through the silent mists. Her voice, though frail, carried the power of unbroken tradition, an echo of ancestral faith that seemed to harmonize with the brightening sky. Outside, the snow had ceased its fall, leaving the world gleaming like a freshly polished gem. The mountains beyond, once stark and forbidding, now appear gentle under winter's glow. The marsh, where frozen currents had once claimed sorrowful souls, lay still and silent, its surface reflecting the pale promise of spring's return. As midday approached, the annex's doors opened to admit a contingent of villagers who came to volunteer, farmers bearing firewood bundles, shepherds with flocks of sheep for wool, and bakers with fresh breads and pies. Mrs. Thornwell arrived with an enormous kettle of hearty vegetable stew, its savory aroma filling the annex's corridors. Cedric the fisherman delivered salted fish wrapped in rosemary sprigs, and Jonas the miller laid down sacks of fresh barley flour. One by one, each patient was evaluated for discharge. Rurik Karlstead, his fever reduced to a steady 37.0, was guided to a nearby cottage at the village's edge, where he would stay until fully recovered. The caravan leader, a sturdy, broad-shouldered man with weathered features, bowed deeply to the volunteers. Your kindness exceeds every word I know, he said, voice halting. We shall carry this valley's spirit wherever our path leads. Lana was next. As she dressed in fresh clothing donated by Sarah Haversham, the blacksmith's widow, her face bore both exhaustion and resolve. She clasped Henry's arm tightly, her voice steady. We shall heal our people and rebuild strong, brother. Let none fear winter's bite again. Malcolm guided each departing patient to the annex's doorway, where a line of villagers stood ready with lanterns, blankets, and hot cider. The warmth from the shepherd's heavy wool and the earnest prayers of Elder Caroline, and perhaps a touch of the Spirit's lingering benevolence, saw each patient to their threshold, ensuring a safe path home beneath the diamond gleam of snow. By twilight, only a handful remained in the annex, those still too weak to travel. Margaret knelt at the bedside of a young laborer named Tavish, pressing a hand of garlic poultice to his parched lips. You'll leave at dawn, Tavish, she promised him. Just one more night. Tavish, pale and trembling, opened his eyes. Thank you, he whispered, voice small but strong-minded. Thank you all. In that final hush, the annex's volunteers gathered by the stove, warmed by shared triumph and tempered by nights of tireless care. Ivy traced crimson threads on her, weaving a small tapestry that read "Light Eternal," given as a gift to each discharged neighbor. Agnes the weaver hummed an old spring melody as she moved from cot to cot, her nimble hands rendering the tapestry's stitches in vibrant red. Henry and Malcolm stoked coals in the stove and verified that each wick was replaced in the lanterns. Jonas stood at the door, ensuring that each ember in the outside brazier remained lit, a signal to returning patients that safety and warmth awaited. When the final watch had settled into its rhythm, Samuel and Margaret walked through the annex's opening door. Their footsteps, though muffled by snow, echoed like a solemn prayer under the sliver of moonlight. They paused at the threshold, exchanging a glance that held both weariness and quiet triumph. Margaret placed a hand on Samuel's arm. "We have seen the valley's heart," she said, voice low and measured. "Shining bright through nights colder than any winter wind. Our people have proven the power of compassion." Samuel nodded, eyes shimmering in the moonlight. "We stand on the brink of rebirth," he said. "Tomorrow, the healer arrives, and with him, seeds of renewal. We have honored the spirit's lily, Edward, Seraphim. Now, we honor our living neighbors." As they descended the winding path to their home, a sturdy farmhouse built of oak and stone, Margaret brushed fallen snow from their cloaks. Thomas and Robert waited on the porch, their cheeks rosy, eyes bright with hope. The boys raced forward, wrapping themselves around their parents' legs in a tandem embrace. "Mother, Father!" Thomas exclaimed. "Is everyone safe?" Samuel knelt, ruffling Thomas's hair. "Yes, my son. The valley's children are safe. Tomorrow, the healer comes to confirm it. Rest now." He placed a gentle hand on Robert's head as well, offering each of his sons a hug that conveyed both love and relief. Margaret opened the door, revealing a hearth still warm from the morning's harvest of wood. The scent of gingerbread and apple cinnamon porridge wafted through the air, a testament to Mrs. Thornwell's tireless baking. They entered, shedding heavy cloaks as a team of villagers led by Cedar Blackwood, Henry's cousin, emerged from the shadows, depositing fresh blankets and lanterns for the farmhouse's window sills. "Thank you," Margaret said, accepting a bundle of wood. "Your kindness has sustained us all." She looked at each villager: Sarah Haversham, Jonas, Cedric, Agnes, and Mrs. Thornwell, and saw reflected in their eyes the valley's indomitable spirit. That night, as the harvested wood crackled in the hearth and the wind's howl softened to a gentle moan, the household gathered around a long wooden table set for a family feast. Rurik, Lana, and Tavish reclined in sturdy chairs, each recovering from the worst of their trials. Elder Caroline sat at the head, her weathered face illuminated by the firelight, and beneath her lay a folded parchment of blessings, ancient verses for harvest and healing. The first course was served, spiced venison roast glazed with honey and juniper berries, accompanied by root vegetables and a side of roasted chestnuts. Each dish bore the signature touch of the valley's caregivers: rosemary from the annex's window bundles and thyme from the hillsides. The scent was comforting, evoking memories of autumn's last days before winter's grip. Samuel raised his cup of hot spiced cider, a golden ambrosia of apples, cinnamon, and cloves. To Greystone Valley, he intoned. To every farmer who tended fields under frost, every smith who forged tools in the chill, every weaver who spun warmth into cloth. We have fought winter's shadow, and our compassion has prevailed. Let us remember those who came before Lily, Edward, Seraphine, whose spirits rose and now watch over us. Margaret followed, lifting her cup, to every neighbor whose shoulders carried burdens, into night and into dawn. Let our hearts be open, our hands steady, that we may meet spring's arrival with renewed hope and shared joy. A chorus of amen rose, echoing off the rafters of the farmhouse. Elder Caroline's weathered eyes brimmed with tears as she dipped her cup. To memory and healing, she whispered. Ivy offered the second toast, her voice soft but resolute, to every wandering spirit, laid to rest by our love. To every living soul, saved by our unity. May we walk the coming seasons with kindness as our compass. Rurik, once a stranger, now a cherished friend, lifted his own cup and spoke, to those who welcomed us when we had nowhere else to turn. To Greystone Valley's courage, which glowed brighter than any flame. Each person raised a cup or mug, tea, cider, or sweet wine, an unspoken acknowledgement that the valley's bonds had been tempered by fire and frost, forged anew in the crucible of shared hardship. After the first course, Lana blackened her lips with a hearty spoonful of sweet pudding studded with walnuts, the warmth settling in her belly like a gentle embrace. Tavish, his appetite returned, devoured a slice of Mrs. Thornwell's gingerbread with reckless glee. Elder Caroline's eyes danced as she watched the young faces, world-weary yet bright with gratitude. As candles dimmed and the hearth's embers flickered, the household moved to the farmhouse's common room. At midnight's edge, an hour when winter's whispers grow loudest, Samuel rose to play a simple melody on his wooden flute. The notes drifted through the timbered room, recalling the lullaby that Lily had once sung by the frozen willow. Each refrain spoke of light piercing darkness, of sun rising from a frost-laden field. When the final note faded, Elder Caroline closed her eyes and recited once more the verses of blessing. With winter's breath we bind our hearts, with rising dawn, new life imparts. Compassion's flame shall burn bright still, as long as love endures, we will. In that moment, Greystone Valley's long night found its dawn. The harsh snows and fevers, the spirits laid and the living healed, gave way to the knowledge that unity and kindness had woven an unbreakable tapestry, a story of shared courage that would endure beyond any frozen season. As the household drifted towards slumber, each soul held the warmth of one another in their hearts. Outside, the marsh's ice reflected the soft glow of the moon, the frozen black glass, once a mirror of sorrow, now a testament to what could be overcome. The owls settled on frosted branches, and the wind sang its final lullaby of winter's passing. In the silent hush before sleep, Samuel slipped from his bed and stepped onto the porch. He gazed across the valley, rooftops rimmed in frost, the frozen river breakneck in its stillness, and the distant chapel ruins, where Lily's oak and the birch still stood, crowned with crimson thread. The world, though tinged by winter's trials, now shimmered with fragile beauty. Samuel closed his eyes, sending a silent prayer to the spirits who had once haunted these lands. Lily, Edward, Seraphim, may their memories guide the valley's children through any darkness. May no soul wander alone, lost in sorrow's depths. May compassion's flame forever burn bright within Greystone Valley. With that vow held close, he turned back inside, where Margaret waited, her silhouette framed by the hearth's final glow. He placed a hand on her arm, and together, they closed the door against the January cold. In the warmth of their shared embrace, Greystone Valley slept, safe for now beneath winter's gentle mantle. Tomorrow, the healed would walk among them again, spring would bloom in due time. And though the specter of frost and miasma would return in seasons to come, the village's people would stand united, hearts interwoven by acts of kindness, minds unbowed by fear, and spirits bolstered by the knowledge that no shadow could ever extinguish the light they bore within. Thus, the valley's story came to a close, a tale of sorrow transformed by compassion, of spirits laid to rest by deeds of the living, and of a community forged in ice and warmed by fire. And when the thaw finally came and the frozen breath of winter's shadow receded, Greystone Valley would emerge renewed, stronger, kinder, and ready once more to greet the rising sun. Title: Light Through the Frost, A Tale of Compassion and Renewal. Description: In the frosted expanse of Greystone Valley, hidden sorrows and displaced spirits linger beneath winter's icy grasp. When restless ghosts Lily, Edward, and Seraphim haunt the marsh and woodlands, Samuel and Margaret Fletcher, alongside Ivy and Malcolm Harper, embark on a daring journey to reconcile lost souls and restore peace. As each spirit finds release through courage and compassion, a new threat emerges, a fierce winter influenza that sweeps through the valley. Banding together, the villagers convert the church annex into a makeshift infirmary, weaving wards of red thread and herbal salves to contain the contagion. Under candlelit watch, they tend to the sick while shoring up their own hope. From the frozen marsh to candlelit chapel ruins, bonds of unity prove stronger than fear. When dawn breaks after the darkest nights, the raven's message confirms a path forward: careful quarantine, healing hands, and unwavering solidarity. Light Through the Frost is a sweeping winter saga of lost spirits finding rest and a community's unwavering devotion to one another. Through the heart's warmth amid snow and shadow, Greystone Valley learns that true renewal arises when love and unity guide every step.